Good day, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Viper of Viperland, and I'm back here in Cast Child. I did do a long bout of karaoke with friends last night, so I may sound a little different tonight. If I sound a little raspy or I cough a little more, that's why. I decided I feel fine, and I was like, oh, I'm going to stream anyway. I'd considered, like, oh, what if I take the night off? But, like, I feel fine, so, meh. But I can kind of hear a little raspiness in it, so that's what I'm going to blame it on. And my nephew was just taking a bath, and I could hear the knocking on the wall, but I think he's out of it now, so that's done. It's just been all night. He'll be just fine. We started with Bakamitai. That was the first song queued up. I also do actually have some Mountain Dew, along with my usual tea. I do have some Mountain Dew tonight. So, we've got that. One iced drink, one hot drink. I actually didn't do any Guilty Gear songs. I personally did queue up, though. Oh, no. I personally queued up 3 14 songs, though. I did, Brute Justice.
So tasty.
I can never remember the actual name of it, but the Dracula theme, and In the Balance. Definitely not remembering that it was out of my tonal range for In the Balance by a long shot. But whatever. It's karaoke with friends. Who gives a damn? I can never remember the actual name for the Pandemonium 4 theme. So I always just look up like Final Fantasy 14 P4 theme. Finds it. It's got that weird name. Yeah, good nights. Good time. Also, hey, Backed, how's it going? The 6 Black Heaven Guns is fantastic. I usually do... I know the Roar of the Spark, but I don't usually queue it up. I usually do Birthday Train and Frieza, but I just didn't... I didn't queue up as many this time. There was just lots of people queuing stuff up. I was like, oh, I'll sit back. But yeah, we left off here. Yeah, Hicks Vent Leonis. Sure, I'm going to remember that 30 seconds from now, definitely. I've seen it a dozen times, because I look for that song often enough, because it's really good. But I'm never going to remember that name. I'm assuming that translates somewhere along the lines of, like, Here Be Lions, or something like that. To look into iTunes for that, yeah. Ah, see, potions. I figured. I saw the Leonis, so I was like, it's got to mean Here Be Lions. Also, hey, Pots, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Hope you're doing well tonight. We were talking about the karaoke, specifically because if I sound raspy tonight, that's why. 100% that's why. I have a very bad habit of queuing up songs I like that I cannot hit the high notes of. Who would have thought? It's never stopped me, and it never will, but, you know, it's an ongoing personal fault. Frieza, oh man, it's so good. I got to do Breaking Free, which is a lot of fun. It's the first time we've done a karaoke thing since Neo The World Ends With You came out. So, I hadn't gotten to do that one before because it just wasn't a song the last time we did a karaoke. So, like, yeah. Oh, Frieza's so good. I didn't do it last night. What else do? I did... I've been listening to a lot of Bad Religion lately, so I did like 2 of their songs. Somebody queued up some Offspring, that's always good. Somebody queued up the Wellerman, the heckin' sea shanty, that's always a good time. Nobody hates sea shanties, and most people know that one specifically. And then there's the usual Sandwich queues up every Japanese song, specifically every Dragon Ball song out there. The full... I know we have a bit of it, but unless you've seen Sandwich do the Ginyu Force theme, nothing compares. Because, like, sure, Sandwich knows all the words. Of course they do. But what you don't get is the different voices. What you don't get is the choreographed dance between Nunsa and Sandwich of the poses, and just, it's an art form. Hey, Joe, thank you so much for the heck and follow. How you doing? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. This is probably a side I should get to the game, isn't it? Oh, man. Like, none of the rest of us know the words to any of it, but, like, you get the fist pumping... Everybody knows Toku Sentai, so, like, that's the bit that, like... Oh, man. The way they do it is they just have... They've got a microphone karaoke system and enough speakers, and you just queue up a song on YouTube, so as long as it's a lyric video or whatever, you're fine. But yeah, I'm gonna actually go to the game. I say 5 minutes in. But yeah, yesterday was a good time, and if I sound raspy, that's why. That's what we're going with. Or drift, or why not both? Why not all of the above? I've still yet to do Roar the Spark. We've only done one karaoke before this since Strive came out, and I wasn't comfortable enough with my ability to do it then, and didn't have time, and last night I was queuing up different stuff. So yeah, they're convinced that the pyrokinetic was the murderer. She is now dead in a very like locked door mystery type deal. Also imitated. And yeah, also Eric, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. That Nani is so good. It's so good. It just is. And finally, Reddit, not Reddit, at channel 4chan has found out about it. So that's where we left off. Excuse me. I opened up a thread and saw that yes, the police were still remaining silent. On the afternoon of 10/24, a temp worker named Riko Hajida, Haida, that's not a J, the font here is a little weird, was found burnt to death inside of her condo in Shibuya Ward. It was reported that she burnt herself to death in a suicide after having trouble at work, but sources close to the investigation say that she was a suspect in the Return of the New Generation Madness case. The police are considering the possibility that Riko Haida was a false name and are trying to determine her real identity. However, her body is badly damaged and the investigation is proceeding slowly. Yeah, I still have questions about this whole proceeding, but yeah. 2 more dung runs, 90 warrior. Oh, hell yeah. Congrats. A preemptive congrats. I'm still slowly leveling ninja. I just do a front line and like a leveling roulette every day, and then I go, cool, I'm going to go mess around with... I'm trying to get that Chrono Cross Platinum, so that's what I've been doing on my off time. So, Riko Haida's a fake name? We're sure the killer is Senri Minamiyasawa? Man, there's some spacing issues there. Specifically in that line. Somebody let me know. The guys on Crazy Girls are starting to track her down. By the way, this is security camera footage of what we think is Senri Minamiyasawa. But there was the picture Arimura and I had seen of her on the security camera, and a photo of her when she was a student. I can't scroll right now. And there was a ton of weird information on Senri Minamiyasawa, no source ever given. Some of it said... Can I scroll now? No. Oh, they've got the old photo. What the hell is this? In theory, they shouldn't. Like, I don't know how they would have gotten the security camera footage, but definitely how did they get that one? That's over there. Well, I really want the all classes to 80 mount, because the music from it, funnily enough, I don't actually care about the mount too much, but the music sounds like it's from Chrono Cross, even though it's not. It has that vibe, and I want the mount for that reason alone. I've just been very slow at it. Did you find it? Still can't scroll myself. Goddamn wrong, Cider. They're just posting crap without ever bothering to see if it's right. I mean, but it is right. You shouldn't be mad that they're posting stuff that's not correct. You should be mad that they're posting stuff that they shouldn't have access to. It's not actually Chrono Cross music. It's definitely music from somewhere else in Shadowbringers, but like it just sounds like it to me. Also, Isor, welcome to Viperland in the chat. I lived. You should have shot harder. I was angry because I saw Kurusu and Kawahara's names mixed in with the information on Senri Minamiyasawa. Oh, me? Oh, how dare you. The first idiot who'd posted was probably an old classmate of theirs. An old classmate that had their specific photo. I guess technically somebody had to take that photo, so it could be whoever was behind the camera. Technically. The three of them were friends and always together. That information had nothing to do with the case. What were they thinking? Well, it's the internet. It's 4chan. It's just, and the irresponsible comments that came after were even worse. Again, you're on 4chan. What did you expect? What did you expect? Ah, maybe. True. This is, what, 2015 in universe? No. Yes, like, it is like 2015 in universe, right? That's when the game's taking place. So, yeah, that would definitely be a thing, yeah. Hadn't considered that. They absolutely are getting doxxed, yeah. Another thread that said that Minamiyasawa had once lived in Aoba dorm, and that Kurusu visited her every day in her condo. These are the filtered nice comments. This was crazy. There are even a few morons saying that Kurusu was an accomplice to the murders because she'd helped Senri Misawa stay hidden, and that the police were coming to arrest her. That was probably why her phone number had shown up. Oh, wow. They got her phone number? Here refers to the act of someone on the internet calling an individual or group for an unsolicited telephone interview. Used when someone or some group has done something wrong, and internet users call them en masse to question them or complain. Supposedly done out of a sense of justice or righteous anger, but in fact many people do this just for fun, or because everyone else is doing it. Yep, that really sums that up. Ooh, so... God damn it! When I saw that Kurusu's graduation photo was uploaded along with Senri's, I slammed my fist down onto the desk. The case is finally over. Definitely over. So why is this happening? It's definitely over. Right? It's definitely over. I wanted to see more of that, but they wouldn't really let me scroll around. So, I guess it's just finally over. She was definitely the killer. Yup. Yup. Oh, for sure. The longest I mean, it doesn't save how long we've been playing, does it? Yeah, it just shows time of save, not how long we've been playing. Oh, how many episodes in are we, though? Like, this has got to be, like, episode 8? Hold on, I'm just checking my, the content, videos. The last one we put up was... Cast Child Part 7. Yeah, so... This is episode 8, 4 hours a pop. We're a little ways into this game, so, you know... What's going on, Taku? Serika jumped up when she heard me yell. I'm hanging up. Ito, I'll call Kurusu. No, I tried, but it didn't work. She turned off her phone. That's the one smart person here. Yeah, just turn off the phone. It's not worth it. Turn it off. Oh, but eventually they're going to realize that she turned off her phone and they're going to get the Alba dorm number, guaranteed. I've yet to get an opening. To be fair, I haven't looked it up. It's entirely possible the game doesn't have an opening, or that little tiny thing we got, with just like the sound of some babies crying and some psychedelic imagery of the colors and the stickers counts as the opening, but I don't know. I'd like to think there's an opening, but again, I refuse to look it up. I ain't looking up nothing. I looked up one voice actor and I looked it up the roundabout way. I looked up Kirito and clicked on that voice actor to see what else he was in. I didn't even look up, like, just this game. Nah, I just looked up that voice actor. So, maybe it's only title screen opening? Maybe. I haven't left it on the title screen. So, exactly. It's not 100% not worth the risk. I ain't looking up nothing. And I don't want to know. Yeah, I'd say don't say. Like, we're joking about it, but I could look it up if I wanted to, and I don't. We'll find out one way or another. We're playing the game through anyway, so... But I appreciate you checking. I hit my computer's power button and quickly headed for the door. Fine, I'll go to Albador myself. Yeah, I'll go too. See you there. Now look it up. Yeah, exactly. You spoiled yourself for a thing earlier by mistake. That was pretty early, and, like, thankfully it wasn't, like, a big endgame twist or anything, but still, like, that happened. Sooner than usual? No, same time. 8 to midnight Sundays. Well, 8 to midnight all week, usually. But yeah, depending on your time zone. 8 to midnight Eastern U.S. time. But hey, Kaleido, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Ito hung up as well. Unless I've just been running late the last few times, but I don't think I have. Oh no, sorry, but I need you to stay here. Why? What? No, something happened with None, right? Take me too. Yeah, why have her stay here? Serika followed after me as I ran out the door. What are you going to do? Keep her there? I didn't have a choice, so the two of us ran towards Alba dorm. I mean, it's not like he needs somebody there to protect his stuff. Why keep her behind? Maybe he's worried about, like, too many people crowding around None when she's, like, stressed out, but I don't know. Yeah, like, you could stop her. Not a chance. There were already several strange vans parked outside the dorm when he got there. Oh, like news vans or something. Or worse, not news vans. We're gonna hit like 500k gold per run on VS? Yeah. 4chan doxed him. found out that, like, oh, she's childhood friends with the person who was definitely the murderer. Definitely the murderer, even though 0% of the murders involved fire except for her own. She's definitely the murderer, right? It's definitely the murderer. We all know. The new Generation Madness murders are over because she's dead. We all agree, right? We all agree. 100%. Some people were already wandering around outside with video cameras. Oh, man. It's the mainstream media. They're here already? Screw them. It's inverse robotics notes. The rest of the game is slice of life. I wouldn't be upset about that, but I'd give that a roughly no chance in hell chance of happening. As I got close to Albadorm, I could feel several sets of eyes upon me. Hey, can I talk to you? Do you two live here? Several men who appeared to be reporters started to surround us. I'm sorry, what? Do you live here, I said. No, please let me through. Then, are you a friend? Do you know a girl named Nono Kurusu? No. I decided to lie. If I told them I knew Kurusu, I figured I wouldn't be able to take another step. You figured correctly. Then does the name Senri Minamiyasawa mean anything to you? Yeah, it means you guys are a bunch of chumps who are chasing after somebody who's dead by harassing people who are living. Did you see it on the internet? She's supposedly a serial killer. Wow, man, you gotta love when, like, real news reporters are like, I read it on the internet, so it's true, and I'm gonna go bother people. Cool. I really don't know anything. We just came to Alba Clinic to get some medicine. Then I grabbed Serica's hand and started to run. Maybe this is why he didn't want her to come, because, like, he knew she'd get harassed too. That makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Again, not that he could have stopped her anyway, but I shook off the hands that tried to grab at me and rang the bell for Alba Clinic, not Alba Dorm. I could hear several frustrated noises behind me. Maybe it was just because the police hadn't made their announcement yet, but even the media didn't seem to want to step on the clinic's property. It would probably be considered trespassing. Probably. Yeah, good. Soon I heard someone on the other side of the door. It's me. Ono is here too. I whispered and the door opened. I slid inside and the doors quickly closed again. Hey, welcome back. She burned all the cereal. Oh no. Dad was standing in the front lobby, chuckling. Good evening, Dr. Sakuma. It seems like things are getting really tough. Yeah. Yeah. This has never happened before, so I'm not sure what to do. Keep the door locked. Dad scratched the back of his head. What's Kurusu doing? I'd be kind of mean to say I find this surprising, but she's pretty depressed. That's rare for her. I'd figured that Kurusu was like any other girl. She was either scared or depressed after what happened. I mean, I'd be both. If all of a sudden my phone started ringing non-stop, and ignoring being involved in any tangential relation to, like, people who died, if I just got doxxed for no reason and people started harassing me, I'd be scared and depressed. Ignoring the fact that her childhood friend just died. But it hurt to hear that a strong-willed girl like her was down. Go see her. That'll probably cheer her up a bit. Yeah. Okay. Sarah and I ran up the stairs to the dorm. Well, bad times here. I could see her sitting down at the dining table, with her head drooping down. And past her, hiding in the kitchen, Yui and Yuto were looking on worried. There was a cold cup of English breakfast tea on the table, and Uki was pacing around, wondering if she should make a new one. It's a weird thing to have late at night, but why not? I'm back. Hello? They all looked relieved to see me. Brother Takeru, Sarika, I'm glad you came. Yeah. I waved to Yui a little, then tried to talk to Kurusu. You okay, Kurusu? Kurusu slowly looked up, as if she'd only just now realized we were here. Her tone made it obvious that she was trying to hide her shock. You came because you were worried? Thanks. With your decaf. Yeah, like, I've got some herbal tea here, and I've got some Mountain Dew here. Got both my bases covered. Yeah, Ito says he's coming too. I see. Why not sit down instead of just standing there? Oh, man. Ito's gonna say something stupid to the reporters. Not like stupid, but like, yeah, I know her. She lives right here. Stupid. Definitely. Not like give out personal information besides that. Not like really stupid, but just stupid enough. Yeah, you're right. Doing the view. Yeah, the mountain view. Yeah. Or in Hitman, the fountain view. Sarek and I sat across from her. Uki quickly brought us some tea. Kurusu, shall I make you some new tea? No, I'm fine, thanks. Kurusu smiled and politely refused. Uki looked a little sad. Hey, Kurusu, I still can't believe how each step of trying to get that IV kill in Hitman, how I screwed up every single part of that. Getting the doctor's outfit, covering up the body of the doctor, getting the actual IV poisoned. I screwed up the whole thing. All of it. From the first to the last step. It's not like I missed one thing or screwed up a little. No, whole thing botched. I mean, if there's one thing we're getting better at as I go through the games, it's recovering from bad things. I still am not good enough to not screw up, but I'm getting a little better at getting out of there and covering up when I screw up. Oh, this is funny though. Hey, Kurusu? Yeah? Don't let it get to you too much, okay? I mean, it's easier said than done, but everybody on that channel has the attention span of a 3-year-old. They'll all probably have forgotten it within the month. I know he's trying to be helpful, but like, oh, this will probably, this has been happening for like an hour or two, and she's breaking down. You're like, it'll probably only be a month. It's fine. He's trying to help, but like, you could have just been like, oh, they'll probably have forgotten it before you know it. So if you can just get through that... No, that's not what bothers me. I don't care what they say about me. First of all, that's a lie. Everybody cares at least a little bit. But I can't forgive them for doing this to the people I care about, or to Alba Dorm. Her voice was shaking with sorrow. Yui and Yuto ran out from the kitchen and grabbed onto her from both sides. Big sis, no, we're fine. I'm fine, just fine. I'm fine too. Yui, Yuto. But if they bully you at school, that won't bother me. And if anybody tries to bully you, they'll have to deal with me. Kurusu's eyes were wet with tears. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Why are you apologizing? Here but off camera? I don't know. Good question. Maybe she's just like, this is a stressful situation, I'm stressed, and she's in her room. That's the best oh, wrong one. Probably, yeah, probably just in her room, I guess. Wondering what to do without being able to make tea. Somebody already made tea, what am I gonna do? He didn't do anything wrong. That's right, you don't even have anything to apologize for, no. Everybody rushed to defend her, but that only seemed to make it worse. Looking at her made me feel angry. Where the information leaked from? Yeah, that's the question. I'd imagine not many people had that photo, even if they knew to look for it. And why would information come out that made her look like an accomplice just because she was an old friend of a serial killer? It didn't make sense. It was crazy. Huh? And then I realized that something was wrong. I'd been so shocked by what had happened that I hadn't had time to think about it, but this doesn't make sense at all. Yeah, everybody's saying that the new Generation Madness murders are over because the killer is dead, but she couldn't have possibly been the killer. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. You're right. Thanks for finally realizing. Wasn't Antaku's phone. Yeah, it wouldn't have been. Yeah. I mean, his phone is missing, and so if, like, that photo shows up, it's like, well, okay, that could have been a leak. So it wasn't his phone, you're right. Or, yeah, theoretically, a fourth person had to have taken it, but I don't know. That channel was always looking for a new target to make a fuss over, and Senri Minamiyasawa fit the bill perfectly. But had there really been enough time for them to start focusing on Kurisu and Alba Dorm? Even for at channel, that was weird. It's like somebody set this up. As soon as I had the thought, I froze. Someone set this up. Were they after Kurisu or maybe Alba Dorm? But why? Who would do that, and for what? What could they gain by going after Kurisu or Alba Dorm? Ah, damn it doesn't make sense. I took the phone out of my pocket and dialed a number. Taku? What's wrong? Everyone looked at me surprised. I motioned for them to be quiet and stood up. I needed to move somewhere I wouldn't be overheard so as not to worry Kurisu more. I hurried to my own room, then focused on the sound of the ringing phone. Come on, pick up, pick up. After a long time, there was finally an answer. Oh, Miyashiro. Good, I was just about to call. Shinjo was in just as much a hurry as I was. I cut him off and yelled, "Why is this weird information getting out? Is this about what's on the internet? The Cybercrimes Division is handling it." No, they're not. Clearly they're not. So just give us some time. More importantly, I mean, I'm sure in the grand scheme of the universe there are things more important, but are you going to really convince Taku right now that there's something that's more important than him and his family being harassed? I'm going to say no. Yeah. Calling Kasugi on the phone. Oh, man. I wonder if she even has a phone. I wonder if she'd pick up or just text. Probably just text. The police didn't leak it. That's what we're trying to find out. Shinjo sounded a little upset. He probably didn't want to think that any of his colleagues had leaked important information. More importantly, where are you? Alba Dorm, why? Good, listen to me carefully. Your lives are in danger. Oh, okay, so maybe it is more important. Maybe it's slightly more important. She answers and hangs up in text. Yeah, it's perfect. She realizes that you want... Well, like... Since she keeps getting frustrated and she keeps being like, you know I'm not going to answer the phone. Why don't you just text me? Like... All her texts are still, But, like, you get what she's saying? Huh? Our lives were in danger. Both we and you have made a terrible mistake. Ironically, the leak on the internet is what cleared it up. A mistake. The pyrokinetic that attacked you and Arimura. That wasn't Senri Minamiyasawa. What? My eyes went wide as I stood there in shock. Then why did she have her ID? Like, the rest of it is kind of circumstantial. The found you line, the same hair, the general rage. That was all circumstantial, but she had her ID. Where would you... Oh, and the leg, yeah. Okay, the leg and the ID were a little more than circumstantial. I can't say I'm entirely surprised they'd pull a twist like this, but like it seemed like the evidence was there for her being... Alright, well, what do you got for that? My eyes went wide as I stood there in shock. My grip on my phone tightened. Well... So if she's not Senri Minamiyasawa, then... So the pyrokinetic is not her, then either she might actually... Crispy Critter was not... No. That's what I thought for a second too, but they specified the pyrokinetic that attacked you was not Senri Minamiyasawa. So... yeah... Oh, you're right. I was about to say she could still be dead, but if the thing said that was a lie... Yeah, then we've got even more questions. Who would have thought? More questions now. Yeah, the wording specifically, if they had been like, the body wasn't, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking the same thing you were, Ark, but they didn't. They said the pyrokinetic that attacked you. Then who is she? Who, then, yeah, lots of questions. My grip on my phone tightened. It wasn't Senri Minamiyasawa. That's right. Then who was it? Riko Haida. I guess it wasn't a fake name. It was. Huh? Wasn't that an alias? Yes, that's what we thought. That the Riko Haida identity was false and being used as an alias. But we found several comments online from people saying that they actually knew her. At first we thought that they were fake, but we used the comments to track down the place where she supposedly grew up and had the local police check it out. Excuse me, sorry. And discovered that Riko Haida really exists. What? The dental work on the body in the condo matches the records at her local dentist perfectly. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, I guess it could have been leaked by her. But why? Why leak it? Why try to point people towards this whole air? Like, yeah. The how, fairly simple. She'd probably have a copy of the photo and internet access. The how ain't too hard. The why, a lot harder. A lot harder. Because if the pyrokinetic is not her, then we know nothing of her wants, needs, motivations, anything about her. We know nothing. We know nothing except was experimented on and was thought dead for a while. I don't know. That's a very good question. Why would she gain from that? But, like, we don't know. Maybe she is really still pissed at, like, everyone here for, like, not looking for her when she seemed to have died. I don't know. I still think there's something. Still think Kurusu knows something. The whole text thing, maybe. The pyrokinetic that we thought was Senri Minamiyasawa was actually Riko Haida, a completely different person. Wait a second. I moved the phone away from my ear so I could think for a second. Looking for Amy's. They refuse to subtitle something they've subtitled once before. That would be a waste of effort and time. That woman wasn't Senri Minamiyasawa? Then did the real Minamiyasawa die in the Shibuya earthquake, like Kurusu said? Then why did she come after us? Well, if she was after people who just had psychic abilities, then that checks out alone. I'd never known a woman named Riko Haida. I never met her or even heard the name before. I couldn't think of any reason why she'd come after me. Every line of dialogue anyways. Oh yeah, clearly. Yeah, I definitely have remembered every bit of dialogue from every game I've ever played. Yes, that's me. Flawless eidetic memory. Yes, that's me. What was she doing with Senri Minamiyasawa's ID card then? Also a good question. Couldn't think straight. I kept coming up with new questions. Hello? Monsieur? Are you still there? Yes. I put the phone back to my ear when I heard the panic in his voice. We just got the forensics results back on Riko Haida's death. She died somewhere between early morning and afternoon on October 23rd. October 23rd? That's right. By that time, she was already dead. But I was attacked at the cafe on the night. Oh. Yeah, he was. Did she have a twin sister? Kunosato's theory is that it wasn't Riko Haida herself who attacked you. It was probably another psychic who created a delusion of Riko Haida that you saw. That seems plausible. In this universe, that does seem plausible. It's the only explanation. It's not the only, but it's a good one. Another psychic. I felt a cold, sticky sweat on my forehead. Another psychic? I'd suspected it many times, but in the end, I discarded the possibility. That's why I thought this was all over. Riko Haida's head was badly damaged, so it took time to find out, but her brain shows the same enlargements as the other victims. She was probably mind-controlled into stabbing herself with that rebar and setting herself on fire. The method matches the other victims. Then the real killer slew Riko Haida, who was a psychic, on the 23rd? Yes, right on schedule. Which means I was too scared to say what came next. Shinjo said it for me. The return of the new generation madness didn't end on the 23rd. The murders aren't over at all. Yeah. Let me feign surprise. Oh, this is really bad news for these guys, though. Today was October 28th. Well timed. If the murders weren't over... Be careful, Miyashiro. They're probably after one of you. I felt like every hair on my body was standing up on end. I imagined a hand reaching out from somewhere and putting a cold blade to my neck. Shinjo, what do we do? Just don't be alone right now. I'm sending an officer. Oh, man. Of the psychics we know about, one of them's not here. Assuming Uki's in her room. But maybe I'm mistaken about that one, but I'm assuming she wouldn't just wander out. She doesn't seem the going out type right now. There's one who is not here. Because it's all over. So why would she stay here? Going to Arimura's house to keep her safe. Oh, okay, there you go. Then I'll head to where you are, understood? Okay, so he's smart enough to go, she's the one not with you guys, gonna go fix that. Right, thank you. I hung up, jammed the phone into my pocket, and ran out of the room. My legs were trembling, and I almost tripped several times. When I got to the dining room, Kurisu and Sarika were folding everyone's laundry. If I'm not doing something, I just start thinking bad things. Funny you'd bring that up. I have some bad things to tell everyone. Kurisu forced herself to smile as she looked at me. But she must have seen the look on my face, because her smile faded instantly. What's wrong? Taku? Speaking of bad things, where are the others? I couldn't see Yui, Yuto, or Uki. They're helping Dr. Sakuma. The clinic's closed for today, so they went downstairs to clean. I see. Which does technically mean they're all together. Dad had probably figured out with all the media outside he wouldn't get any new work done today, so he must have decided to close up early. I looked out the curtain and saw that the street was filled with vans. None of them showed any sign of leaving. But whether this was fair or not, even though I'd hated them for a moment ago, I now felt glad they were there. Ooh, excuse me, sorry. With so many people, no matter who they were, the killer wouldn't be able to get at us easily. Except we know that the killer doesn't use direct methods. It's not like the killer actually comes in here with a knife and goes, "You've been stabbed, goodbye." So, knowing what we know, I'd be going around and closing the windows. And not answering phones, but what we know is different from what he knows. No, he knows enough that it's some sort of psychic attack, and he should probably, like, do something. I always talk about things without actually reading the text, and then it's right there. It's right there. It's right there. He's going to go close the curtains. I went to go close the curtains and saw that there was some kind of commotion going on outside. The window glass was too thick for me to hear, but something must have happened while I was on the phone. There's a little suspicious, yeah. That's just how I do. I'll go on a tangent and then I'll read the text and be like, oh, no, they literally answered my question. Anyway, take care of Kurisu. Don't leave her side for a second, no matter what. Huh? Oh, okay. Takeru, if something happened, tell me. Yeah, you should. I will in a bit. Just tell him. Just tell him. The murders aren't over. Collecting the others, be careful. That takes less time than what he just said, gets the intensity of things across, and lets them... I will in a bit. Anyway, I'm counting on you, Onoe. Okay. These two weren't psychic, so they were probably safe, but it was best to be sure. I ran down the stairs to the clinic. You don't even have to tell them everything, but like, the reason you gotta stay together, and it's important that I go real quick. Excuse me. I could see Uki and Yuto cleaning the equipment in the exam room. Where's Dad and Yui? Dad's outside fighting with the media. Oh, that's a losing battle. Fighting? Yes, someone was trying to take photos through one of the clinic's windows, so he got mad and went outside. Yeah, media gonna media. I listened carefully, and sure enough I could hear Dad arguing with what sounded like a reporter. Is Yui with Dad? Huh? Sis. Yuto and Yuki looked confused. She just went to find you, didn't she? Oh no. What? Yui went to find me? No, I didn't see her. What? But I saw her go upstairs to the dorm. That's impossible. Welp. Turned around and ran back up the stairs to the dorm. Yes she... Oh wait. Yes she is though. We covered that... they covered it at the end of the last stream, right? Yeah. It was a recently revealed thing. Like, right towards the end of the last stream, Uki brought out her D-sword to test, and she could definitely see it. Yui, where are you? Yui! But I couldn't find her, no matter where I looked. She wasn't in her room, or the bath, or the toilet. I looked everywhere. After I looked everywhere I could, I finally decided to check the dorm's emergency exit, and shivered as I saw that the inside latch was undone. It's always locked. Did she go outside? Why? I could feel my heart pounding with terror as I ran back into the clinic. She's not there. That's impossible. Ito just came... Ito? Yes, and she went upstairs with Ito. She was with Ito, right? She wasn't alone? Yes. But we haven't seen Ito either. I see. I breathed a small sigh of relief. If it was just Yui, she might have been in danger, but if she wasn't alone, it wouldn't be easy for someone to attack her. Yeah, but we haven't seen either of them, though. Anyway, I'll call them. As I took out my phone, Sarika and Kurisu came into the room. They were worried. They looked even more worried when I told them that Ito and Yui had vanished. Ito and Yui? Where did they go? The fire escape. Hello, Ito? Oh, monsieur. Where are you? Just heading back from the convenience store. We did some shopping. Ito's voice was the same as ever. Where's Yui? Is she with you? Huh? She's right next to me. I see. But this still raises questions. I don't know. I'm not letting the guard down yet. If they specifically went upstairs to look for Taku, how are they at the convenience store? Did they just get up like 2 stairs and go, and just leave without getting noticed? I'm not letting the guard down yet. I feel relieved, but screamed into the phone anyway. If you're going to the store, then tell someone. And don't take Yui. Everybody was worried. Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry. Though, if this does turn out to be just Ito being Ito, then I called it incorrectly. I said he'd say something stupid. Seems like he did something stupid. Anyway, just hurry back. Yui might be in danger. Oh, don't worry about that. If something happens to Yui, I'll do an operation to fix her right up. I don't like this. Huh? My mouth hung open for a second. An operation? The hell was he talking about? Cool. And then I realized that I could hear muffled moans next to him. I'd call it more screams, but you know. Hey, Ito, is that Yui's voice? What are you doing? You know, I always wanted to be a doctor like Dr. Sakuma. Did you know that? We're gonna have a bad time. I said, what are you doing? This knife I bought at the convenience store doesn't really cut that well. This is probably gonna hurt. Ito, stop joking! Put Yui on the phone now! Mishio, could you bring me a knife and some anesthesia real quick? I also blame Taku. Also, you got that saw thing that cuts bones? I'd feel bad using this on Yui. He hung up. It's gonna be a bad night. Yui, what's going on? It's gonna be a bad time. Yeah, could just be a prank, maybe. It is close to Halloween. You're right, it's the 28th. I pushed the call button again and again with shaking fingers, but he must have turned off his phone because it didn't pick up. What's going on? Why is Ito... My mind couldn't keep up with this. It was too much to believe. Dakaru, what happened to Yui? Nothing good. I heard what sounded like a scream. Big brother Dakaru? I suddenly felt like I was about to throw up. I shoved my face into the sink and tossed up everything I had in my stomach. It's like I was vomiting up hate, fear, and despair, and no matter how much I tried, it wouldn't stop. Tasty. Are you okay, Takaru? No, I just threw up like 10 gallons of when I'd thrown up so much that there wasn't even any stomach fluid left. Oh. Nobody likes throwing up. Throwing up sucks, but like, when it's all just bile, it's already the worst. Turned around to see Kurisu behind me. Kurisu, the phone. Call Shinjo. Huh? Yui's going to be killed. You gonna really scene change their game? You gonna... Alright. I let Kurisu handle getting in touch with Shinjo and ran out of the emergency exit to the dorm. Yui, where are you? Answer me! I still don't know how they got... How... I guess he brought her out the emergency exit, but like... How did he get past... We don't know the exact layout of the inside of this place, but I don't imagine it to be huge. I really don't imagine it to be a big place. How do you sneak her by this many people around? My voice echoed down the rows of houses. Some nearby reporters ran over. What's wrong? Did something happen? Did someone just leave this way? Huh? A boy about my size and a girl a little younger. Did you see them? Oh, those two? I tried to interview them and they ignored me. Which way did they go? That way, I think? I ran in the direction he pointed to without stopping or looking behind me. Hey, you! I could hear them asking what happened, but I didn't have time to tell them. I mean, they can for sure make people see them. They can definitely make people see differences, so I can't imagine why not. I mean, the first guy we saw, the streamer, definitely saw whoever was at the door as somebody he recognized. I don't know. It wouldn't add up. They'd have to give some sort of, like, supplemental info and proof as to why Ito was secretly crazy this whole time and helping with the new gen murders. But yeah, and we know that whatever power they use can be done even over, like, the phone. Because the girl at the beginning got, I don't remember if it was an email or a phone call, but it was phone related. Saw Pyro Girl on camera? Yeah, it would. Saw his arm as cheese too, correct, yeah. So, we know for sure there's some mind trickery going on. It's a DM, okay. So, like, I guess it just depends on how far that power can go. We know they have something of that, like, line. What? I'll check that one in a bit. Yui, Ito, where are you? I ran, screaming the names of my little sister and best friend. It hurt to breathe, but I couldn't stop running. My only thoughts as I ran were of Yui's safety and Ito's strange behavior. Babylon's Fall at 0 players. I mean, if you're gonna go try for a live service game, you have to make sure that people want to play your game first. You can't just go, we've made a game and a schedule like a year out. You have to make a game that people want to play. So, if you make a game and people don't like the game, you can't just go, but it's a live service and print money. Maybe Square Enix will learn at some point? Like, I'm just going to take a quick tangential on this one. I know Square Enix CEO has decided to hard lean into, like, blockchain and live services, but, like, for every one success, you have to look around and see the dozens upon dozens upon dozens of failures. Just under Square Enix. I mean, Marvel's The Avengers flopped. Nobody really plays it. It had some players, to be fair. I think it still has some, so it's doing better than Babylon's Fall, but, like, it was not the success they wanted, is an understatement. Like, you look at other companies, like Anthem. Was that the game? Yeah. There's so many of these games that try to do this live service because they see basically 1 or 2 games making tons of money, and they go, I can do that, but you clearly can't. You have to make sure it's a good game that people want to play for a long time, and then you can start trying to milk it for money. You can't just go, Outriders failed too, yep. It's just seeing 1 or 2 games make a ton of money doesn't mean every game that copies it will make a ton of money. Which is always how it's been, and it never stops people. Not to say that, like, copying games is inherently bad. There's a lot of fantastic games that have come out of iterating on a concept of previous games. Tons of them. I play Path of Exile for the thousands of hours, and it is an iteration on Diablo 2. It is a small, at the time, small team iteration on Diablo 2. They saw Diablo 2 and went, we like this, let's make our own thing of that. Inherently trying to copy the style of a game isn't bad. Hell, Fortnite is one of the biggest games out there because it iterated on, what was the other one? Already forgot the name of the first battle royale, because it's already been lost from the collective consciousness. What the hell was it? It's on the tip of the tongue. Still, they just iterated it. Oh, PUBG, yeah. They saw PUBG get successful and iterated on it, but they put their own twist on it. You can't just copy something, make it worse, and go, money please? But, like, I don't know. End of rant for now. I'm sure Square Enix is going to do something bad. I am so worried about 16. Because while they did fix a lot of the complaints I had about 15, in patches in the Royal Edition, they fixed a lot of my complaints about 15. They didn't ever change the fact that they straight up wrote that story with DLC intended. They wrote that story for you to buy DLC. They removed characters from your party and had them return permanently, physically, or mentally changed. I'm not worried that 16 will be a good game. I'm worried about the shenaniganry that the CEOs will put into it, like the higher-ups. I have no doubt that Yoshi P and his team have made a good game. I have zero doubt about that. I absolutely worry of the things that they're just told straight up to do, and whatever BS Season Pass DLC practices are going to be in it. I have zero doubt that Yoshi P and his team, as much as it's easy to focus on just Yoshi P, because he's the head guy, he's got a hell of a team with him, and they deserve the respect too. Does he, though? He has enough sway for 14, for sure. They've clearly kept their hands off of 14, for now. Do you think he has enough sway to be like, I'm going to put out a single-player JRPG with no DLC, with no extra content, with no Season Pass? Do you think they're going to let him do that? Do you think in this year, 2022 or 2023, whenever it comes out, it's not coming out this year, I hope you're right. I legitimately hope you're right, Sora. But I don't think the head-up guys can see a mainline Final Fantasy release and not go, we can milk this harder. But I hope you're right. I truly, truly hope. I want that game to come out and be like God of War, where it's just like, here's the game. Enjoy. Just, I hope so. I really hope so. Or Elden Ring, more recently. Elden Ring. There's no DLC or anything for it. There will be, and because they always put out some DLC, but their DLC is usually arguably better than their base game. So, like, I don't know. I'm beginning to be more pessimistic than I'd like to be, but everything I've heard about like Square CEO lately and getting burned on Chocobo GP hurts so bad. $50 for that game was already a bit much. That's a $30 game. Sorry, it's a $30 game. $50 was already a bit much, but I was looking forward to playing it with Grim and viewers, and we were going to have some goofy kart races. But man, I haven't been burned by a game that hard since Crystal Chronicles. Yeah, all my recent big burns have been Square Enix. But also, I love 14. And I know Potions. I love 14, and I want to play 16, and I want it to be good. I love Square Enix in the long term. I just played through heckin' Chrono Cross. That's Square Enix? I mean, it's a remake of an older game, but still, like... But more recently, when I think of games that have burned me, it's Square Enix. I can only hope that Soar's right, that the Square execs know enough to... anything with Yoshi P's name on it to just back away. I mean, it's got the cash shop, but, like, I would argue the cash shop is fairly unobtrusive. The only thing I could argue that was really important in the cash shop is Fantasia's, but they do... Well, the cash shop's been there since I started playing. I've been playing for 2.5 years now, holy crap. But it's always been there. And, like, it seems like they're basically doing with it what they've always done, which is, here's a holiday event. After that wraps, it goes in the cash shop a year later. It seems like that's just the way it's going. I haven't noticed a drastic increase in cash shop stuff. Like, the only thing you could, I guess, argue is Fantasia's, but they give you a free one, which is better than any MMO I've ever played does. WoW doesn't give you free re-character customization to other classes or races at all. At all. 3 years? We might be, actually, right. Oh, because it was before... Damn, it might be at 3 years now. Jeez. I've been playing 14 for longer than I think. Wow, well, yes, correct. I agree. But I mean, even at, like, their heyday in the past, WoW would charge for that stuff. And not just WoW, every MMO charges for that. It's a standard thing. WoW, every MMO I've ever played charges for changing your character name, changing your character appearance, changing a server. That's all paid stuff. All of it. All of it. Faction changes, race changes. I've never seen one that had a class change, to the best of my recollection. But I haven't played every MMO by any stretch. So the fact that, like, we're getting server visiting for free, you get a free Fantasia, change classes whenever you want, you can visit servers, we're getting a lot of stuff free that any other MMO would charge for. Correct. It is absolutely possible for them to change the cash shop to pay to win. 100% they could do it. We just have to hope they won't. Like, that. We just have to hope that they will keep it to cosmetic things. If they keep it to mounts and emotes and hairstyles, cool. I got no beef with that. If they... The second they make it something that you can have power with, we're in trouble. That's the end of me talking about Square Enix right now, because we have an actual big event going on here. I'm sure there's people watching the VOD like, shut up, Viper! I want to know what happens next! Ito, why? What are you doing? His tone had been the same as ever. It's the exact same tone we used when he was laughing about the latest weird school gossip. Yeah, maybe it's just trying to distract from that. Also, hey, Birdie! Holy 50 months, Batman! Ooh. More tangents, but this is a good tangent. I forgot I had that song in here.
I hope for 50 more months with you.
We got so much good music for the notifications, but Birdie, 50 months tier 3, holy crap. Thank you, Birdie. How you doing tonight? I hope you're having a good night. Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Hope you're doing well. Definitely the forewarning that I don't think we're heading into happy times in this game. Just that heads up. But yeah, I hope you're still enjoying all the Viperland goodies and good times we got around here. I definitely want to try to get some Rise nights in before Sunbreak, just to like re-familiarize myself with the game after being away for a while. I feel like we go back like once every other month, get slapped down by an Apex, and then go, cool, that was fun, and then take a break for another month or two, and then come back and get slapped by a different Apex. Nah, it's always the bear. We've been getting bear slapped for so long now. Yeah, that's true. I guess we needed a little minor distraction. I'd say a bit of levity, but that wasn't levity. That was cynicism and grouchiness. I don't want to become a grouchy old man, but I'm losing faith in basically every major video game company. But every time I lose faith in a major video game company, I gain more faith in independent game companies, for what it's worth. I feel like it balances out. Like, obviously, Ubisoft, EA, heckin' Blizzard, Activision, lost all that long ago. But I feel like every time I lose more faith in a big AAA person, I end up finding more small releases that I love. I keep finding all these great little Metroidvania games. Heckin' Vampire Survivors, $3. I'm honestly going to start gifting that game to people just so they get more money for that game. Like, for all the negativity we got towards like the big AAA bureaucratic stuff, man, the indie guys still keep hitting it out of the park constantly. Not to say every indie game is great, for sure. There's plenty of times where it's not that good, but like there's some great indie stuff. Games with DLC, but Gus is doing good work. Yep. All those tiny games. Oh, for sure, yeah. And I think right now the two companies I have blind faith in. Anything, what is his name? Chucklefish, the guy who does Stardew? Anything he puts out, that chocolate factory, that chocolatier game, gonna buy it day one. It's gonna be great. I know nothing about it. It's gonna be great. Doesn't matter. And anything Supergiant touches, hard stop. I don't know what they're gonna do next. Doesn't matter. I can already kind of tell it won't sell as much as Hades, because that was the right game at the right time for a lot of people. Concerned Ape, not Chucklefish. Okay, the Chucklefish was like the publisher. Yeah, okay, gotcha. It really is, Birdie. Oh, every time I sit down because a new patch comes out, it's like, how did 5 hours just vanish from the clock? What is going on? Yeah, anything Concerned Ape touches. Well, the thing is, like, yes, big companies can fix things and turn things around, but as much as I love No Man's Sky, and I appreciate what they've done in turning that game around, I really do. I give them a ton of credit. They unfortunately set a precedent for bigger companies to put out games that aren't done and go, oh no, I guess we'll fix it over time, which has kind of run rampant since then. And it's not Hello Games' fault at all. They didn't plan for this, they didn't want that to happen, but they have unfortunately set that precedent for a lot of larger game companies to just go, whoops, it's unfinished. I have a ton of respect for Hello Games for free spending years of their lives making sure that game became what they promised and more so. I have a ton of respect for them, and I love playing the game. We're going to play more of it on Thursday. But a lot of bigger AAA people saw that and went, we don't even have to put out a finished game. We'll just tell people, fix it later. Look at that. Yeah. I guess so, but I feel like it really kicked up into overdrive after No Man's Sky, which is unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. What's the other one? Oh, yeah. I've yet to play a bad Yakuza game. You're right. And you were saying even Lost Judgment, like the Judgment side stories are great too. So, like, I agree. Even without the director, it is sad to see him go, but I hope he enjoys retirement and enjoys what he's doing. I can't remember the guy's name. I only know him because of the Eye Patch Wolf video. He clearly was so much of what made Yakuza, but I hope he's retired, and I hope he's having a damn good time. I hope he's enjoying his retirement, And it really does seem like it's in good hands. I mean, I've yet to play a bad Yakuza game. I mean, the worst I played was 3, which only seemed bad because I came off of Kiwami 2. Because Kiwami 2 was fantastic, and 3 was good. It's like Stormblood. Stormblood in isolation is a darn good expansion. But sandwiched between Heavensward and Shadowbringers is just like, okay, it's the weak link. Got it. It's not bad. But it's not Heavensward or Shadowbringers or Endwalker. It's just how it is. Alright, I'm sure the people in the VODs are like, Viper, shut up. What's happening? Oh, the Fist of the North Star was really good. I've been meaning to play more of that either on or off camera, but time. But that was very fun. So why would you do that to Yui? It had to be some kind of mistake. Because Ito wouldn't... No, wait. And if there was another killer, they should have done something on the 23rd, since Senri Minamiyasawa didn't, right? But nothing happened, which means it's impossible, I think. This is denial in stream form. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. You're not wrong. Let's just give it up. I think it's hard on the Vice President. That's when I gave up on the idea of there being another psychic. Ito used Kurisu to keep me from really having time to think. Then he took that important note down and threw it away. Also, 1 second. I really hope he's not actually involved. I've been mildly suspicious from the start, but like, just like the smallest amount. Not like I think he's involved, but just like the smallest amount of like, there's only so many characters in this game. But I also don't want it to be him. I really don't. So I've been a little suspicious of specifically him and honestly the cop, even though I don't think they'd go, it was the cop 2 games consecutively. Still gotta be a little suspicious of him. Then he took that important note down and threw it away. Then that was deliberate? The more I thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. Let's see from a mile away. Yeah, correct. There was no subtlety there. It was, oh, this is gonna hurt. Didn't wait so long to focus on all let's play games with us. Yeah. Well, I feel like Chaos Head took a while to get to like the truly the handy bits of the game, as it were. But this one's also seems to be a longer game in general, and it had moments of, you know, slice of life lightheartedness, whereas Chaos Head, yeah, it didn't go wild for a long time, but there was no slice of life lightheartedness. There was just, wow, Taku sucks. Oh, like it was, even the bits that were like not going hog wild were like still a little uncomfortable. Yeah. Whereas this had bits of actual happiness, characters having growth and enjoying each other's company and friends. Yui, Ito. So, how long had I been running? My throat was dry and it stung. I was gasping for breath and in dire need of water. Sweat was dripping off me, and I was so out of breath that I couldn't think. Where am I? I looked around and saw that I was in a residential area of Shibuya that the reconstruction teams hadn't gotten around to yet. There was still a lot of abandoned houses. Even during the day, there were little foot traffic, and there was always rumors that at night you could see the vengeful ghosts of the people who died in the quake wandering beneath the streetlights. Wasn't far from Albert Dorm, which meant that during my search I must have circled back without knowing it. Just as I was about to turn around and head for Miyashita Park or Hekiho Academy, I heard a faint sound, a tiny noise like tearing cloth. Don't like this. Thought I might have imagined it, but forced my aching lungs forward to look at the alleyway where I'd heard it. Everyone has no redeeming qualities things once. Correct, yeah. Yeah. It's a power move that's not popular because it's hard to make people enjoy the game when all of the characters have no redeeming qualities. Yeah. It ended up being memorable because the story they told, I would still put that high up on the like unreliable narrator video game stories. It's like that and Silent Hill 2 are way up there. So they had a great story surrounding very unlikable characters. And it kind of worked, but that's a hard balance. If you don't make the story interesting enough, you just go, I hate all of this. Why am I even here? And if you make the story too interesting and the character's not there's so many ways you could screw that up. I still think it's my least favorite, but again, least favorite of a bunch of high quality good things. But I respect its importance in the series, and I love how going through that has made other moments in other games so much more impactful. Looking at you, Robotics Notes. There were bits of that game that would have been like, oh, that's a little weird. Then instead we're like, oh no, because of Chaos Head. Absolutely. I do not regret playing it. I'm glad we did. I don't know if I'd put it in my favorite list of the series, though. It was important. I'm glad we did it. But I've yet to play any other one of these games that I would put under it personally. Oh yeah, I'd argue it's a different experience without it. Correct. That's it. I will never forget it, but I don't think I'd rate it super highly on my favorites list myself. It was important, I'm glad we did it, and I will never forget it, but I like all the other ones better so far. Just me. Lights didn't reach into the alley, so I could see nothing but darkness. I could hear the sound of water going drip, drip, drip. Some house's pipes must have been broken. I took another step forward into the darkness, as if I was being drawn by the sound. Suddenly, there were several sharp metallic clangs at my feet. I quickly jumped back, surprised. Oh, thank you, Birdie. Hope you're having a good time. Again, forewarning, whatever we're building towards here is not going to be happy, Birdie, so feel free to be like, nah, I'm okay. Just, I cannot forewarn this enough. Whatever we're heading towards is not gonna be happy. I feel dumb for not having looked up Steins like years ago. Oh, how could you have known? I both watched and played Steins Gate Regular and Zero, and it took me years to even be like, oh yeah, there's other games in this series, right? I should play them. Years. So like, you know, they're not super popular in the West. They're just not. The biggest one is Steins Gate, and the rest of them really aren't that big. 5 tries to get past the opening. Yes, it's slow as nails. Nails aren't slow. I don't know what I was going. Slow as heck. Steins Gate opens slowly. I absolutely don't think they could have done it another way and didn't want them to do it another way, but that is a hurdle to get over. It's slow. It is, in my opinion, important. Super for putting off. Yeah, same here. Like, I ended up seeing the Steins Gate anime ages ago. I fell in love with it. Watched it twice, bought the DVD. Ended up trying the game on a whim, loving it. Played it a second time at a time in my life where it resonated even more with me, loved it more. Played Steins Gate Zero, got depression. Never saw the Steins Gate Zero anime, I still want to do that. And only recently, when we started doing these, we started this, what, a little under a year ago? About a year ago? I don't know when we started Chaos Head, but it must have been close to a year at this rate. It was right after we finished the Somnium Files. No, it wasn't. We played games in between. That's a lie. It's over summer. Okay, so about a year. Only about a year ago did we actually do it. Can't keep doing this to me. This is denial potions, okay? I'm sorry. I don't want to know. I know. Okay. You're right, we keep stopping, and you're right, it's denial. When my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw that they were paring knives, and all of them were stained dark with something. Their blades bent or broken in places. I keep thinking people in the VOD are going to be like, Viper, stop, when we have pots right here. This knife I brought at the convenience store doesn't really cut that well. Felt something cold crawl up my back as I remembered Ito's words. I don't want to rip the band-aid off, it's going to hurt. Hey, Yui, are you there, Yui? Took another step forward. There was what felt like a puddle of water at my feet, and I heard a splash. But there was no answer. I took another step forward. The splash got louder. And then I realized that the liquid was sticking to my shoe. I looked down and saw that my shoe was stained the same dark red color as the knives. This isn't just water. The wind must have changed course, because the moment I had that thought, I smelled something awful. I inhaled a full breath of the stench before I could cover my nose and mouth. Ugh. And then I looked towards the source of the smell. When my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could see it. I hate all of this. With heart. Oh, what is this? It was the unpleasant but somehow seductive and sweet smell of meat. I could see small boxes laid out in the rough shape of a human body. It looked like some kind of grotesque homemade doll. The dark red liquid was flowing from the boxes. I suddenly felt an urge to throw up, and we know he's got nothing left. How long did it take me to realize that I was staring at what was left of my little sister? Because of that, it took me a little while to notice the man further down the alley, staring at the pool of blood. You. Why? He was holding the murder weapon in his hand. It was dripping with blood. Why? Answer me, Ito. Ito hopped over what used to be Yui and spoke to me in the same pleasant tone he always used. Why? That's my question. Huh? Why didn't you save her back then? Back then? Why did you abandon her? Abandon who? Who? Senri was suffering so much. Senri Minamiyasawa? Why was he saying her name? Why was Ito talking about Senri? Tell me, how did it feel to lose someone you cared about? How does it feel to have nothing but regrets and to know how powerless you are? Also, hold on, Ito's voice actor going hard. I didn't realize till after I was already starting to read over it, where I was like, hold on a second. Voice actor going hard. What I was looking at didn't seem real, so I just stood there and stared at Ito's face, dumbstruck. She was everything to me, and you let her die. But now my revenge can be complete. Ito, you... What was the relationship between Senri Minamiyasawa and Ito? What happened between them? Didn't look like I'd have time to think about it. Ito's knife got steadily closer to me. Now it's your turn, Miyashiro. Did you bring that sharp knife and anesthetic? If not, it's going to hurt bad, like it did for Yui. Okay. This is going to sound stupid, and I'm sure going to be proven wrong in like 3 lines of dialogue from here. I don't think he's the new generation murderer. I know, I know, it sounds stupid. Sounds stupid, and I'm sure we're going to get proven wrong immediately. But if he's trying to kill a second person today, he's not following the theme. He's just, like the pyrokinetic, he's just another person here who's out to murder people. Shibuya is just filled with people who want to kill people. But at the same time, the timing's too perfect. The timing's too perfect. It is the date that it has to be, so unless someone else dies. But then why would he kill it? Whoever's doing the new generation, the Return of the New Generation Madness, Guns on the Current Theory, that's... Even I'm doubting myself, Potions. Yeah. Yui didn't do this to herself. You're right. Every other one, they've done it to themselves. Yeah. There have been multiple killings, you're right, but this still doesn't fit. This still doesn't fit, as Ramen just pointed out. the trend of the return cases, where they've always done it to themselves. This is so deeply messed up. And in the style of the killing fits in terms of it's a murder with a striking visual twist to it that's messed up. But like, this isn't self-inflicted, yeah. Oh, this is so messed up though. And he wouldn't have a reason to kill any of the other people who were out there who died from it. Maybe the reporter? Maybe just because of anger at like media news not covering the stuff that happened. But like, Ponce's idea, I feel like it's fitting. Control repeatable? Yes. Oh, for sure. Whoever the new gen murderer is has some way to control people / get them to see what they want them to see. But this still doesn't fit with the return of the new gen murders, because if this was one of those murders, for it to fit, she would have had to have done this to herself. Which we know they can make people do. Maybe not this many pieces, to be fair. At some point, it stops working. But, like, this doesn't fit with the other murders. This really seems like him just going for revenge in a super messed up way. Yeah, I'm sorry. I hate to say it, but we all just kind of expect, maybe not this literally, but something messed up on Chaos Nights. Alright, that's just my crackpot theory. Back to this. Yeah, I read that one. Ito smiled a murderer's smile. Oh, so that's how it's going to be. For some reason, I'd lost the capacity to think clearly. That was the only thought that was left. I'm not even going to look like a person when he's done with me. Just like Yui. The feeling overwhelmed me. All I could do was stare into Ito's bloodshot eyes, and wait for the moment of my death. Also... No, he did. Never mind. I was going to say, did Ito know that she was a psychic? And he definitely told, like, the club at large, right? He would have known. I was going to say, but that's not the reason he killed her. Still, yeah. And then I heard what sounded like a scream behind. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's enough to drag me back to my senses. No. No. This is going to be worse than Takeru seeing it, and he clearly doesn't. Yeah, she's going to take this a little badly. I looked back and saw Kurusu standing under the streetlight, her shoulders heaving up and down. Ito, what are you doing? Her eyes went wide at the knife in Ito's hand. No, stay back. He'll kill you too. Get away from here, Kurusu. Wanted to tell her to get away, but only meaningless noise came out of my mouth. It's like my vocal cords had been paralyzed. Answer me, Ito! Kurusu did the exact opposite of what I'd hoped she would. She ran into the alley, blocking my way out. At the same time, she noticed the boxes filled with body parts and the stinking pool of blood. She gasped. What is this, Takeru? Yui? What happened to Yui? To say that we don't have the time to explain right now would be an understatement. No, it was the guy who ran that fan site. Because that was caught on camera. Yeah, like that was not on camera. Well, yes, on camera, but also that was a witnessed thing. Yeah. Tell me, where's Yui? I was finally able to speak, but I couldn't answer her question. It was pathetic, but tears started to well up in my eyes. I couldn't stop them. Ito answered for me, flipping the knife from one hand to another as he spoke. Be careful, Vice President. Step on one of those boxes and you won't be able to put Yui back together again. Kurusu jumped back and started to shake as she stared at the boxes. This can't be happening. She sank to her knees and reached out towards what used to be Yui, not caring that she'd be soaked with blood. This can't be happening. No. She picked up something long and thin. It had a pretty nail on it, one which had never been manicured, even though its owner was old enough to be interested in makeup. It was Yui's finger. Come on, don't touch it. Put it all together. I put it all together artistically so Yui would look pretty. Why? It's all Miyashiro's fault. This is revenge for how he made Senri Minamiyasawa suffer. Senri's revenge? That's right. Must have hurt worse for Senri, and even if she wanted to die from the pain of the experiment, she couldn't. Yui was lucky. She got to die quick. When I heard those words, something snapped inside of me. The fog in my head cleared instantly, and my blood started to boil. Someone's about to have a bad time? It was a rage I couldn't control. Well, everyone's having a bad time. What am I talking about? The next thing I knew, I'd leapt at Ito with my bare hands. Text from there. Does it? Oh, to make him suffer more, basically. Oh, okay. He pointed the knife straight at me, as if he'd been waiting for this. I could tell it was pointed straight at my neck, and my carotid artery. If I'd been more calm, I would have known better than to jump on him without any defenses, but now I couldn't hold back my anger. He must have thought he had me, because a cruel thin smile formed on Ito's lips, which means that this isn't entirely his... Okay, well, it's clearly his doing, but there may be some other connected influence here. Amy is even more likely Senri. Yeah, it's definitely likely enough. Someone else connected? Yeah, oh, for sure connected. He must have thought he had me, because a cruel thin smile formed on Ito's lips. I knew I was going to die. I hoped that Kurusu at least might be able to get away. The last thought that went through my head was, I'm sorry, Yui. We got you caught up in all this, and you... If heaven was real, that was probably where Yui was going. But I knew without a doubt I was going to hell. So I'd probably never see her again. Alright, huh? But the moment of my death never came. Instead, I heard Kurusu scream. It was a violent sound, unlike anything I'd ever heard from her before. I looked in surprise and saw that she'd grabbed Ito from the side, and the two of them were rolling on the ground. Oh, that's... I won't let you kill him! I won't let you kill Takeru! Yeah, she would do that, yeah. Oh, probably imagine doing lewd things somehow anyway, right, in this situation? Because that's how Taku 1 ran. It was all self-depreciating or lewd. That was most of it. That was most of it. Yeah. The two of them were rolling around in Yui's blood. Stop it, Kurusu! Stop it! He'll kill you! She didn't seem to hear me at all. She screamed like a wounded animal and tried to grab both of Ito's arms from behind. Her whole body was covered with Yui's blood, and each time she moved, her long hair flew up and sent dark red splashes everywhere. Oh, Buddy would tell him to leave? Yeah, probably. Ito tried to shake her off and punched her in the stomach. She moaned in pain when the impact hit her where she'd been stabbed before, but she still hung on desperately and refused to let go. You bastard! I leapt on top of Ito without even thinking. I grabbed the hand with the knife and smashed it into the ground with all my might. Alright, disarmed. That's legitimately good. There was a dull snap as his fingers shattered and the knife fell to the ground. I kicked it far away. Kurusu, that's enough! Get off him! I put my full weight on Ito's back and pinned him to the ground. Let me go! Let me go! He was stronger than I thought, and he almost knocked me off, but I refused to let go. Are you okay, Kurusu? Definitely not. If okay physically, if she somehow didn't get stabbed during all that, super not okay emotionally. She didn't seem able to answer my question. She sat down on the ground and tried to catch her breath. The shock seemed to have temporarily robbed her of her ability to breathe. I can't even fault her for that one. Big tears fell from her eyes, and when she finally got her breath, she started to sob. Vice President, if you want to blame somebody, blame Miyashiro. If he hadn't abandoned Senri back then, I never would have done this. Right, Miyashiro? All this comes back to there were two, 8-year-old kids against a bunch of, scientists in a underground military, medical facility. What would they have done? Okay, I get that, he's mad about it, clearly Senri's mad about it, and even he had his own complex about it, where he felt awful about it for, years and had nightmares about it. But realistically, there's nothing two kids were going to do about that. At all. But I can also understand, which is why I totally thought the pyrokinetic was Senri, because, I would understand her having that level of rage, even though, logically, there was nothing they could do. I get it from her point of view. I get why she'd be filled with enough rage to literally set things on fire. I get it. But, there really wasn't anything they could have done besides just not be there. Which obviously, too late. Nothing would have changed. Either they would have been caught and experimented on. There's nothing they could have done that would have led to Minamiyasawa being freed. There was no steps they could have taken at that point that would have led to that outcome. Yeah, they would have been caught, and definitely worse. Yeah. 100%. That's... Because even in just that one scene they go back to, there's, 3 scientists in that room? And there's more than that. Maybe not in that room, but other rooms. This whole case was Miyashiro's fault. I was behind the whole thing. The entire point of the Return of the New Generation Madness was to destroy him. I don't know. If we hadn't seen those first two from their point of view, it's definitely not them. Yeah, if we hadn't seen the first two from literally their point of view, I would maybe believe him here, but no. How can you call yourself a right-sider when you couldn't even figure that out? Isn't that ironic, Miyashiro? That couldn't be true. People had died because of me. If I'd found the truth faster, Yui wouldn't have died. There's literally no way he could have known. There was no in-universe hints to this that Miyashiro could have picked up on. There's no way he could have known this. Well, yeah, if you're gonna go hard, you go hard. You're lying. Kurusu's voice was so soft I couldn't hear what she was saying. Huh? You're lying. Everything you're saying is a lie, Ito. What? Kurusu jerked her face upwards without bothering to hide her tears. She stood up in rage and screamed into the sky. Who are you? Why did you make Ito do this? Whoever you are that's out there laughing at us, who are you? I know you're watching. Whoever did this to my sister, who are you? Something red dripped down off Kurusu's skirt. Was it Yui's blood, or had Kurusu's own injury opened again? What do you mean, Kurusu? Ito never knew Senri. Somebody just made him think he did. Huh? What are you talking about? I loved Senri, and this is my revenge. That's a lie. I was with Senri all the time, and she never met you. This is no reason you would want revenge. Don't be stupid. I loved Senri. That's why I'm doing this, for her. I could tell that Ito's body was starting to shake underneath me. His teeth were chattering as if he was afraid of something. It's still weird. This fits a little more with the make somebody do the murder, but every other one has been make somebody murder themselves. So it's still weird that they'd make somebody do the murder to someone else. It still doesn't fit the pattern, but if the texts are to be believed, this is all just trying to make Miyashiro miserable and break him, so Oh no. Well, I don't know if this is a temporary thing. I think somebody straight up just overwrote memories, which is something we know people can do. That's a known thing. Remember Robotics Note? The guy that was like, they threatened my wife and child? A guy who definitely was a wizard. 100% confirmed wizard. Did not have a wife. Did not have a child. So, like, we knew from the previous game that this is something they could do. But yeah, no, if somehow he ever does, yeah. There's nothing good. Steins? Yeah, also true. Steins uses, I was going to say different methodology, but the end result's the same. So yeah, Steins too. Well, Steins, but from a timeline that no longer exists, thankfully. Whereas the Robotics Note timeline is still, like, Steins Gate is weird, because a lot of the stuff that happens in that game isn't the timeline we're on. But Robotics and Chaos don't deal with timeline fuckery, to put it, because there's no better way to put it. So these are all on the timeline. All the Zero's brainwashing stuff proves that it is possible in universe that technology for that does exist, but it hasn't happened to the best of our knowledge on the current timeline, to our knowledge. Whereas stuff using Noah, yeah, she is, yes. Stuff using Noah clearly can do that. I could tell that Ito's body was starting to... Oh, we read that one. It's another lie. Senri never knew you, so there's no way you could be in love with her. No. Oh, just gonna... Feels wrong reading over that. Ito? Ito flailed about. Foamy bubbles were pouring from his mouth. His bloodshot eyes had rolled up into his head, and they were so swollen that they looked like they might burst out of their sockets. And... Oh, suddenly blood started to pour out of both of his eyes. It wasn't Yui's, it was very clearly his own. I don't think he's going to have a wake-up moment from this, guys. I don't think he's going to last long enough for that. When I recoiled, he crawled out from under me, and then curled up on the ground. He grabbed his head with his hands and started to spasm and flail about. It hurts so much, my head's going to burst! Ito. I bet it did, Ramen. I bet it did. Ito tore his head and finally started to bang it against the ground. Stop it! No, Ito! He's the victim. Well, yeah. Does that mean he was psychic this whole time, though? For it to fit, he'd have to have been psychic, too. Welcome to Ito from now on. Oh, yeah. Kurisu and I grabbed him and tried to stop him. Yeah, so... he must have just been hiding it. Or maybe not known, but I guess the D-swords would have given it away. At some point, he would have been like, that's weird. His forehead had split open, and the blood coming out of it mixed with the blood coming out of his eyes. It was impossible to even tell what he looked like now. Excuse me. But he shook us off and started to jerk and flail some more. Well, yes, Yui is very much a victim, but I don't know if I'd call her the victim of the return of the new generation madness. Murder weapon by proxy, your take? Fair enough. The only reason I disagree is because it breaks the pattern. That's the only reason. I would disagree only because it breaks the pattern, but at the same time, you're not wrong. Like, yeah. That's the only reason I would disagree is because these follow a very particular pattern. But like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's messed up no matter how you cut it, though. Let me go, Miyashiro. I'll make you pay for abandoning Senri because I loved Senri? Who the hell is Senri? Senri Minami Asawa. That's right. She's the killer. The one who went after Miyashiro. Hold on. I didn't hear that one, but that's gotta be... I was reading chat at the time.
千里って誰だ？南沢千里。そうだ、犯人だ。宮代を狙った殺人犯。
If they're gonna take his character out of here, his VA going hard on the way down. Watch out, Miyashiro. She's going to come after you again. Senri hates you because you abandoned her. That's why I'm getting revenge.
だからゆいちゃんが死んだのもお前のせい。俺か。俺がゆいちゃんをこんなにしたのかよ。俺が。
So it's your fault that Yui died. No, wait, is it mine? I did this to Yui? It was me? Ito was shouting loudly, but he wasn't making any sense. It was as if what Kurusu had said was right, and someone was controlling his brain. Wait, I did this to Yui? I always thought Yui was a good girl. She got along with Miyashiro so well. I was a little jealous. But... Damn. Yeah, I guess I killed her for Senri. So, who's Senri again? I'm not even gonna try to do the laughs, because, like, I can't. That's... Suddenly Ito's laughter cut off, and he froze like a toy whose batteries had run out. Went mad over a ham sandwich in a delusion. In a delusion. And all the strength drained from his body, and he collapsed. Kurusu and I together couldn't support the full weight of an unconscious human, so we all fell to the ground. Neither of us could move for a while. We just lay there, holding Ito between us. And staring at the bloody boxes that held our sister. This is going to be a hard one to explain to the cops. This is going to be a tough one. Also, these two characters specifically, oh man, the whole family's already been through enough trauma. This is not going to add, this is going to add way too much to that. Yuto's going to break, yeah. Yuto's going to break. I mean, Nono's going to break, but Yuto's going to break. True, but like, even them walking back home right now, they are covered in blood. Like, covered. Like, we saw Ito, but sans the blood from his eyes, they are all the same right now because they've been rolling around on the ground. They're gonna have to walk through those news people looking like this. I mean, what do you even, like, the reporters are there. I don't know if they'd want to leave what's left of their sister. I don't even know where they... Kurusu started to cry like a little girl, but there was nothing I could say to her. Because I felt like I was going to cry too, and it was all I could do to stop myself. Why stop yourself at this point? Like, I get the whole, like, macho. This is a reason to cry. Like, hysterically even. Yeah. Yeah, true. If they think straight enough to do that. You're right, that seems to be the correct answer, but like, I'd be shocked if either of them was thinking that clearly right now. Yeah, like, there was always the hope of saving Mayuri. And then there was only a hand missing for Naname. Yeah, but like, yeah, unless somehow this turns out to all be a delusion, which it's showing none of the telltale signs of that. Not one. I could hear many footsteps in the distance. Oh, or that would happen. It's either Shinjo and the police, or maybe the reporters around Alba Dorm. If it's the media, don't let them take pictures of Yui like this, please. Please. I closed my eyes tight. I didn't want to see anything else. I didn't want to hear anything else. That's no good, brother. Big Sis Nono is really still a little kid, so you need to support her, okay? Was it her ghost, maybe? I could see Yui, smiling gently when I closed my eyes. Oh, freaking the name of the previous chapter. Anybody remember the name of the previous chapter? Because I do now. Betrayal, by the way. And it didn't click until, yeah, it didn't even click until I saw the next chapter come up. It was like, oh. I kind of had forgotten that was the name until we saw the new chapter title, and I was like, oh, frick. Tried to hang tight, that's my breaker. Yeah, no worries, Potts. I'm sorry. Yeah. 4 days after Yui's death. If you're still here, Potts, the next one's going to be robotics. They're generally happier. I swear we'll do games that aren't depressing one day. I swear. We're gonna do Phoenix Wright, and yeah, people get murdered, but like it's still a lighthearted series. It's gonna happen. I promise. We're doing this first. We're too far in to stop. The autopsy, the police interviews, all of that came to an end, and Yui's body was sent for cremation. We knew it was gonna be bad, but like I never would have guessed Yui. I would have guessed no. If I was going to be like somebody in that house, something bad was going to happen to them, I would have put my money on no. Hard stop. I would have absolutely thought the kids, the younger two, now 3, would have been immune. 100%. I would have been like, it's no. Like, if something bad is going to happen, it's going to happen no. I mean, it still could, but like... Or the dad. Oh, absolutely true. Could have been the dad, too. Yeah. I would not have guessed Yui. Yeah. Oh, Uki? Yeah, because she was the new addition. It could, like, maybe. No, yeah, they said make Taku suffer, so here be suffering. Her soul became thin, pure white smoke and soared up to the heavens. Kurusu and I stood between the trees at the funeral home and watched it rise. They say crematoriums now use filters and stuff, so they only give off clean smoke. I'd say something that didn't matter, and Kurusu would only half listen. We'd been doing that for a while now. Dad was probably in the room where the family waited for the cremation to finish, holding Yuto in his strong arms the whole time. Yuki, Senri, Arimura, and Kazuki were probably watching, but they couldn't do anything. It's strange, you know? It was so sad at first, and I couldn't stop crying, but now I'm okay. I'm thinking about the cost of the funeral and what to do for a grave. I guess I'm a heartless girl. Even as she spoke, she looked thin and frail from her suffering, but there was a light, like gray flame in her eyes. I'd never seen her look like that before. No, there's no one else who can do that stuff but you. Dad looks so out of it these days. There isn't? Yeah. Besides, I'd already heard that muffled sobbing that came from Kurusu's room late at night. After that, I'd moved back to Alba Dorm from the RV. Yeah. Kurusu, Yuto, Uki, and Dad, all of them were shocked and saddened by Yui's death. If I were to leave them too, I couldn't bear the idea of a lonely Alba Dorm without me or Yui. And when I was alone, I found myself remembering Yui, and I'd feel like I was going to go crazy. So I wanted to be with someone I could share my sorrows with. I was about to learn that this was what the family I tried to abandon was for, but for now, my head was full of thoughts of finding the person who'd done this to Yui. Takaru? Once the funeral's over, get a little rest. You don't look so good. I imagine neither do you. You haven't gotten any rest either, right? I can't sleep at night. I have all these bad dreams, and I keep waking up. Listen. Kurusu tightened her hands into small fists. Just for one night, can I sleep in your room? Huh? Of course not. I wanted to refuse instantly, but she looked so tired and kept telling me that she couldn't sleep by herself. I had no choice but to silently nod. When nothing was left of Yui but tiny white fragments, we used chopsticks to move her to the urn. Only after she lost most of her weight and fit inside the tiny urn did she finally attain a normal death. That was one weight off my shoulders. I didn't want her staying in that horrible state forever. Yuto was shaking the whole time he moved his sister's bones into the urn, but his eyes were empty, looking at nothing, and he wasn't screaming or crying. While Yui's classmates and teachers sobbed, he did his work mechanically, with shaking hands. When it was done, he turned his empty eyes once more on what was left of his sister. He already had so many problems, and this is not helpful. Like, the whole family is rightfully gonna go through some stuff, but Yuto's got the worst. Yuto, I'll find who really did this, I promise you. But he said nothing back. Oh, well, no, his wife is weird tonight. The funeral ended without incident. Yuki and Dad took Yuto back home by taxi. Kurusu and I said our goodbyes to Serika, Arimura, and Kazuki, then headed for home. We were walking slowly. Yes, they are. I wonder if Yuto's okay. He's got you and Dad, and more than anything, Yuki's with him all the time. The loss of Yuto's sister had brought back his PTSD, to the point where he was just as bad as he'd been after the earthquake. He'd mostly lost the ability to speak. He'd become extremely afraid of the dark, and sometimes he would go into convulsions. He'd been given special permission to leave the house to attend Yui's funeral, but normally he wasn't even allowed to sleep in his room. Dad had decided to put him up in a room in Albert Clinic. Strange how it worked out, huh? It was Uki Yamazoe who was doing everything she could to take care of him. Seemed like the reason we'd saved her and brought her to Alba Dorm was so that she, Yui's old friend, could take care of him in his hour of need. When I told her that, Kurusu looked sad. Just a coincidence, was all she said. Listen, Takaru, about Uki. Huh? If you don't mind, could you start calling her by her first name? Huh? I felt that pain in the back of my chest again. Around 6 months ago, I'd switched from calling her Nono to Kurusu. Looking back, the reason was so stupid that just thinking about it made me mad. But part of me was stubborn, and part of me felt just a little too embarrassed, so I missed the chance to switch back. I knew that sometimes it made Kurusu sad. I don't mind. Would it bother Yamazoe? Uki actually said that she liked it whenever people called her by her first name, that she felt like she'd become part of the Albert Dorm's family. But I don't just want her to feel like she's part of the family, I want her to really be part of the family. You know? Kurusu smiled, probably for the first time today. Alright, I'll call her Uki and not Yamazoe, okay? Got it. Thanks. I'll tell her she can call you Takaru too. Yeah. Oh, and then... Then can I start calling you Nono again? Just as I was about to ask. Miyashiro, Kurusu. Huh? We suddenly heard a voice and turned around. Shinjo was standing there. He must have felt responsible for what happened, because there was no sign of his usual vitality. He mostly stared at the ground. Sorry, I wanted to go to the funeral, but I guess I didn't make it. You don't have to do that. You're busy with work, right? The examination at the hospital took longer than I thought. Examination? Ito's. The silence that had developed between Kurisu and I shattered in an instant. He's woken up? He's alive? Let me see him, please. But Shinjo shook his head. He's alive? No, he's still in a coma. Well. If he's still alive, then Potions definitely called it. Yeah. If he's alive, then Potions had it right. They definitely... Oh. There's no good outcome for this. Either he wakes up believing the same things he believed as he murdered, or he doesn't. And both are bad. It's okay, because we have Terraria music to keep our hopes high. No, he's still in a coma. He is? I see. But his brain showed the symptoms we'd expected. Swelling? Yeah, he is. Yeah, his cerebral neocortex is extremely enlarged. Kunosato says it's more severe than anything she's seen before. She says that it's because he was subject to very strong mind control for such a long time. Then he's innocent. I didn't want to think that my best friend had killed Yui of his own free will. I wanted to believe that he was someone's puppet, like Kurisu had said. Excuse me. You're right, there's someone else who's controlling him. That's what I think, at least. Yeah, they definitely don't. But there was a hesitation in his voice. But that doesn't change the fact that he did it. You and I and Kunosato know how powerful mind control can be, and so we can say for sure that he did nothing wrong, but the other investigators, no, the prosecution and the judge are likely to see it differently. Of course, so is the rest of the world. Of course, we're considering the possibility of brainwashing based off of Kurisu's testimony, but none of the investigators are quite sure what to do with it. There's just too much that doesn't make sense, and too much we can't back up with evidence. This all goes way beyond what we normally handle. No kidding. But we can't start babbling about gigalomaniacs and psychic powers, can we? Shinjo bit the corner of his lip. That's the only reason the rest of the department's starting to question how I'm handling this case. There's a lot of evidence showing up that's not good for Ito either. What do you mean? Yeah, like what evidence? For instance, do you remember that threatening call that Ito got from your phone after you lost it? Yeah, huh? Wait, was that Ito? But how? It's a simple trick. There was an app on his phone that would display a fake call and a fake caller info. And it had your name and phone number registered on it. Oh. So that was it. Why didn't I realize that? If I'd known there was a freeware app that could do that. Oh, I'd known. I remembered hearing how you were supposed to use it to end conversations with people you didn't want to talk to or get out of meetings. We found these strange chat logs on his computer. Ah, those are the chat logs. Chat logs? Does the name Ed Lucas mean anything to you? This is one we've seen before, right? Yeah. So is he Ed Lucas then? We've seen this one before, I think, right? Ed and Alex, yeah. Who's that? Both Kurisu and I look confused. Neither of us had heard that name before. Then what about Amy? Oh, I know that. That's the urban legend. That was the character I'd snuck into AH Tokyo General Hospital to find when I was a kid. No, not that one. Logs of those two nicknames chatting were found on Ito's computer. Ed Lucas was Ito's handle. Okay. The chat logs consisted of a discussion of the murders and lots of detailed observations about you, Miyashiro. It's more than enough for a motive. That can't be. But if you can find who he was chatting with, that's a clue. But Shinjo balled his hands into fists. Of course, I had the Cyber Crimes Division look into it. But what they found was that Amy didn't exist. Huh? What do you mean? Amy was also Ito. He was talking to himself. Oh. Oh. I wonder if that's the case for all of them. Because we've seen the logs of other people who chatted with Amy. But that's impossible. Why? This is Kunosato's theory, but she thinks that Ito's mind had already been destroyed by being subject to mind control over an extended period of time. But since mind control won't be recognized in a court of law, this evidence is extremely damaging to him. It includes information that only the killer could know. A new rage was building up within me. Whoever did that to Yui had also put Ito's mind under so much stress that it had shattered. I'm guessing it's more... Those were the things that were basically being pumped into his subconscious anyway, and he just ended up acting it out that way. That's my guess, but I don't know if we have any further proof. Or he just broke. He just broke. Damn it. I kicked a small rock at my feet. The rock collided with a nearby wall and split in two. Shinjo, what's going to happen to Ito at this rate? I mean, legally. Legally, he's boned. I don't know. He's a minor, but given what he's accused of... But that changes if the real killer's caught, right? They could lessen the charges then. No, you just focus on protecting yourselves. I'll find the killer. Ito must have realized what I was trying to say, because he cut me off. Find him? Where are you even going to start looking? And even if you do find the killer, what can you do against the Gigalomaniac? You haven't been able to do anything so far. That's why Yui and Ito... This wasn't fair. I knew it wasn't fair, but I was so frustrated and angry that I couldn't stop myself. Shinjo's doing his best for us. It's not fair to blame him. I looked at Shinjo's face and looked away. He had the same pained look on his face that we'd had a moment ago. I'm sorry. I didn't mean... No, yeah. All the more reason I expected... No, you're right. I still don't know how to apologize to you. But please, just don't put your lives in danger. Miyashiro, you especially. If you're thinking about doing something on November 4th... November 4th? The day of the last New Generation Madness incident, which means that the killer will do something on that day. Shinjo's expression became even more pained. So that's why, Miyashiro. No luck, huh? He must have seen how strong my resolve was, because he turned towards Kurisu. Kurisu? Yes? Well, looks like he's not going to listen to me. Can you keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't do anything? I don't want any more victims. Kurisu quickly nodded. I understand. See, he clearly knows enough. I'll watch Takaru until the end of November 4th and make sure he doesn't do anything dangerous. Something seemed strange about what she'd said, so I turned to look. But she had already bowed to Shinjo and started walking towards Alba Dorm. Oh, more 4chan. Latest victim chopped up and put into tiny little boxes. Too much even for me. So he settled on fictional young girl? That's from the law Tokyo passed banning depictions of sex between fictional youths in anime and manga, right? That was like, what, 5 or 6 years ago? Does anybody even remember it? It's better than well done for a chick who got burnt to death. Hey, how about fictional underage girl? Makes it sound extra sexy. Little Yui, the underage girl, huh? And Yui was a XXX creator, so hot. Much hotter than that guy from Gatsu and Death, or the crazy old lady from Well Done. BRB, going to bathroom. Officer, there's a pervert in this thread. Many, in fact. Anyway, the killer's not supposed to get caught. What do I do on 11.4, lol? Why don't you go do it yourself? Go make a fictional young girl too. The police have been notified. Lol, underage girl. You guys play too many H games. Can we destroy the internet? Sadly, no. The correct response. These stupid assholes. I had to stop myself from smashing the newspaper club's computer monitor. I came very close to depriving Kazuki from means of playing ESO 2. Serika, Kazuki, and Arimura were watching me in shock from the corner of a room. Fictional young girl, fuck you. Yui died like that. So what the fuck are you doing playing around like this is some kind of game? Taku, are you okay? Yeah, man, I super hope she's not actually involved. Like, if somehow she's the mastermind or something like that, I'm gonna be legitimately upset. Serika's worried voice brought me back to reality. My hands were red from when I slammed them on the desk, and they stung. They might swell up soon. I'm really hoping she goes full Silent Bob, of like, she finally like says something really important towards the end of it. I'm hoping it doesn't go like, she's absolutely so mysterious, for sure. But I'm hoping that doesn't make her bad. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was a bad idea for him, clearly. But, like, what are you going to do, I guess? No, sorry, everyone. I glanced one last time at the @channel comments and closed the browser. I warned you this morning not to look at @channel for a little while. I was looking for information on the internet and couldn't help myself. I should never have looked at that nest of self-proclaimed right-siders. Who? I don't know if he understands how scathing that was towards himself as well, but it's fine, it's fine. They were nothing but idiots being cleverly manipulated by paid professionals. No, I guess I used to be too. Okay, at least he realizes. You're one of them too, at least up until Revolving Dead. But as I started to become a part of the murders, I began to realize how irresponsible and insensitive the information disseminated on the internet was, and how awful real life could be. This is the first time any of these games has said anything negative about 4chan. I'm shocked. Every single one of the games has referenced @channel, generally in a lol, but like this is the first one that's been like, oh, maybe that's not great. It was karma. I had once been proud of my status as a right-sider, but now the whole thing felt like a punishment. Since you've already seen it, I'll tell you. Ito's personal information is up there too. They're talking about whether or not he's the killer. It's only a few days ago that they were all convinced it was Senri Minamiyasawa. I stood and picked up the map we pulled off the wall. I put it back on the board. Huh? Taku? Yeah. Well, I mean, Robotics Note had Tweepo too, which was a whole different thing, which was fine. Except it still kind of showed that side of the internet, and it had Taku 1 on it. Excuse me. What are you going to do? I'm going to look at all the information we've found so far and make sure we didn't miss anything. There might be a clue to the real killer. Whoever did that to Yui, I wasn't letting them get away. I'd find them, and then I'd... Should we call Kurisu then? No, she said she wanted to focus on helping the student council. She just wanted to keep busy no matter what, she said. Yeah, we can hope, Ark. Otherwise, she remembers what happened to Yui.
そうですか。
I see. For some reason, Arimura looked suspicious for a second. It would take a while for me to figure out what her expression meant. At the time, I didn't really think anything of it.
最初の事件
Was something he said a lie? Really want to know how deep her power goes. Because I truly don't think Miyashiro said anything there that Miyashiro didn't believe to be true. But I want to know how, like, if he says, Bob said the sky is green, would she go, I know that to be a lie, even though Miyashiro's saying that that's what Bob said? Obviously the sky isn't green, but bad example, but whatever. I really want to know how deep her power goes. Like, did Nono really know that Senryu wasn't dead? Or did she just have some suspicions and her power goes deeper than that and basically confirms? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, we don't know. We just know. We know she needs to hear the we know she needs to hear it said aloud. I don't know. I was always been a little suspicious of it anyway, but that specific interaction there really... I wasn't personally involved in the first incident, don't look at me, or the second, leaky noise, so we can come back to those later. We'll start with the third case, revolving dead.
私と初めて会ったのも
That's where you met me, wasn't it? Yeah, it was.
であの事件で何か見落と
This
しが
stuff
な
is
かった
super
か
concerning
ず
to
っと考
me.
えてた
Yeah, he keeps being like, I wouldn't know what this meant until... Yeah. It's definitely weird, and it seems like he's telling this story now from a future point, which hasn't been the case for 8 chapters. Yeah, and I've been wondering if there was anything we missed there.
それほど重要じゃないと思って
There's something we hadn't talked about because we didn't think it was that important.
覚えてないか
Do you remember what it is, Onoe? Huh? What is it? Locked door suddenly open. Police didn't stop us with uniforms in Love Hotel. Should be hidden camera in Love Hotel room that shows killer. I mean, all of that's kind of true. That did happen, but we all now kind of just assume that's his power. Police didn't stop us with uniforms in Love Hotel. Yeah, that was weird. Should be hidden camera in Love Hotel room that shows killer. I'm gonna go with that one, I guess. Badly for something we hadn't talked about because we didn't think it was that important. I'm gonna say it's this one then. We didn't think it's that important.
So
That's right. You and I were walking through the Love Hotel in our school uniforms. Normally they would have stopped us or taken us in, right?
確かにそうですね
They were ready to the cop. Yeah, that's right.
尾上がとっさにカップル
I
に
thought that
不倫を
Onoe
した
had
から
fooled him by
ごまかした
pretending we were a couple, but that doesn't
よ
make
く考え
sense,
れ
come
ば
to
やっ
think
ぱ
of
り
it.
変だ壁標の制服は目立つ
Ekio uniforms stand out. There's no way a policeman wouldn't notice, but we were ignored. At the time, it felt strange. I think you're overthinking things, Taku.
いや
No, thinking back, that officer was probably being mind
犯人
controlled by
に
the
思考
killer.
誘
思考誘導
Mind controlled? Why?
僕らを
To lead us to the murder scene where Arimura was.
だから
But
なぜそん
why?
な必
それは
She was, yeah.
後でもう一度
I
考えてみる
don't know yet. Let's come back to it. I don't know if it's an actual thing in Japan, but definitely in Japanese fiction, characters can clearly alter their uniforms to some degree to make them stand out as a character. I don't know if that's actually a thing. I've never gone to a school that had a uniform, so I don't know. But clearly, at least in fiction, that's a thing they can do. So it's just like, you're close enough to the uniform, you have a hoodie, cool, whatever. If the goal is to show me a brutal murder scene and lead me to Arimura, then why?
その次の事件では
Next was the murder of Watabe, the internet journalist at our school.
この事件にも
There's something else that seems strange here. I didn't really think of it at the time, but it doesn't make sense looking back.
おかしいって
What doesn't make sense?
あの時
Watabe was a famous journalist. Compared to him, well, I hate to say it, but we're not famous at all. We're just a high school newspaper club. I mean, it's true, but...
なのに渡部の方
But
から
Watabe wanted to interview us.
それ
That's
って
because you beat him to the punch with the sumo stickers, right? And then there was that whole fuss about plagiarism online, and he came to try and distract from that.
ネットでそうだったよね
Yeah, that's right.
ほらな
See? It doesn't make sense. Huh? Why?
有村や尾上は
You two aren't exactly heavy internet users, right?
ええ
Yeah, I guess.
普通かな
Not really?
そんな二人でさ
But even you two could tell the whole point was to distract from his plagiarism, right?
つまり僕らと
In other
対談なんか
words,
しても
what he was after was obvious, and it would only make things worse. There was no real point,
メ
right?
リットなんか
あ
Yeah, that's right.
その程度のこと
Watabe had been an internet journalist for a long time. There's no way he wouldn't know that. That was in your school in Asia? Okay, cool. Then that checks out. I kind of assumed, I wasn't sure if that was just a trope in media or if it was based on fact. Someone as clever as him was capable of coming up with fresher information fast and changing the subject. The internet was always hungry for new things to talk about. Give them a few big scoops and they would forget all about it.
う
Then what are you trying to say,
どう
Taku?
いうことなのタク
これは
This is just my idea, but Watabe wanted to buy us off to make him look good. Watabe was going to apologize for what he'd done at the interview. Watabe was mind-controlled before the festival and could not make good decisions. That seems to be where he's going.
そう
That's right. Maybe even he didn't realize this, but I think he was being mind-controlled as
そ
well.
して
And when everyone was watching, he was killed.
でも宮代
But
先輩
Miyashiro, this is the same as with the Love Hotel. I don't understand the motive.
やっぱり動機が
What
わ
did the
かりま
killer
せん
want to do? Their motive, huh?
いいか
Long before they realized it wasn't the Nox. Apparently, like well, that's the theory they're going with. But like, who knows if it'll be true or not? But that's the theory they're going with. Maybe the Nox was some sort of activation. Masato tipped him off to go to the school. I don't think so. I think she was part of the people fanning the flames of the Flame War. She was absolutely keeping that war going online. Did she? I don't know. I don't remember. Arimura was right. What was the point of making Watabe do that? What was their hidden goal?
分かった
Alright, I'll think about this a little more.
もう少し考えてみる
Start before or after the hospital freeing Uki? I don't know. Well, like, I remember the Flame Wars. I don't have a perfect memory for everything, so, like, maybe? I remembered the Flame Wars stuff, though. Oh, yeah, all this... Because of the text. Yeah, it must have been. The text from chapter 1 or 2. Okay. I put a note about Watabe up on the board.
ちなみに
By the way, we know that all the sumo stickers found on his body were fakes.
どうして本
Why
物
didn't
を
they
使
use
わない
real
そ
ones?
れは多分
Probably because the killer is a
犯人
psychic
の能
too.
力者だからだろう
The sumo stickers, aka the 11th Rorschach, had a terrible effect on the minds of psychics. Using real sumo stickers to kill Watabe would pose a serious risk to them as
犯
well.
行現場で犯人自身
If the
が
killer
誤っ
had
て
their mind
精神
affected like
汚染を受けたりす
Arimura
れ
and
ば
I did, they might have been frozen at the scene. Then they wouldn't be able to escape.
確かに
Yeah, you're always a mess whenever you see those
多分
stickers.
ひどいことになるよ
Arimura
ね
nodded several times, frowning.
本当に嫌ですよ
Scream.
ね
I really hate those things. It's like these nightmarish delusions just take over your mind, and eventually you stop being sure what's a delusion and what's reality.
そうだな
That's right. Oh. Do you remember that night,
この
Arimura?
夜
That night.
僕と有村が
The night when you and I were attacked by the pyrokinetic
ハイダリコ
Riko
に襲われ
Haida.
た時のことだあの夜は尾上もいたよね
You were there too, Onoe, right? You came to my RV.
のんちゃんの話を聞い
That's
て
when I
あ
asked
げ
you to
て
go
って
talk to None, right?
でも私
But
特に
then
そ
they
れ
went
だけ
straight home
伝え
after
て
that.
家
I
に
don't know.
帰
I
っちゃった
don't know what
から
happened
ね
then.
そうか
I see, but
でも
did you notice
家への
anything on
帰り
your
道
way home?
何
What
か
do
っ
you mean?
て
Goodbye, Sora. But suddenly more sumo stickers found the Park City. Park and City. The park was sealed off by the police. The park and ambush me at the park entrance. That one.
確かに
Yeah, I remember those stickers were all over the place.
僕は
Yeah,
クリスに
I
会おう
wanted
と
to
思
go
って
see Kurisu, so I headed to Albert Dorm, but there were sumo stickers all over the place, the park and city,
本物のシール
and they were real stickers. The 11th
11番目のロー
Rorschach.
ルシャフそのせい
All
で
the stickers were real.
僕は精神
They
を完
almost
全に
completely
侵
took
食さ
over
れ
my
そうに
mind. Arimura seemed to remember what had happened. She gave a little scream and hugged herself tight.
あの時期は
With
いろんなテレ
Pyro
ビ
Girl,
番
yeah.
組やネットで
Mhm.
力士シールが
The
話題
TV
になって
news
た
and
んです
internet were
よ。
all talking about the sumo stickers then.
そのせいで
So some idiots who didn't know what they were went and stuck them up everywhere for fun. The
面白がって貼りま
bastards.
くってたんです。
What's that bit where Uki, the patient, put up a ton of stickers in the tunnel? Yeah. Yeah. That was never talked about since then. But we definitely saw that happen. And it happened quickly? Or they just cut, I guess, I don't know. That was never known as friend. Correct, yeah. You are correct, Ark.
いや
No, when I think about it, I don't think you can blame the internet or
ネットやテレビ
TV.
のせい
Huh?
どういうこと？
What do you mean? I faced the rest of the group and chose my words carefully as I tried to figure this
あ
out
の
myself.
夜もそうだけど
Whenever a story about the sumo stickers showed up on the internet or TV, I would go look at it.
でもニュースで扱ってい
But
るの
all
は
the stickers on the news were fakes. Very few of them were the actual
本物
11th
の歴史
Rorschach.
シールつまりテレビやネットのシールを
I
買っ
mean,
て喜んでいる
it seems
人たち
likely.
は実は本物がどんなデザインなの
It
か知ら
seems
ないんだ
very likely that Mina Miyakawa is, if not the driving force behind all this happening, one of the driving forces. Yeah. She's either a driving force behind this, or she's gonna mysteriously show up and, like, help save the party against whoever the true bad guy is. I can't see it going either way besides one of those two. She's been too important a figure for somebody who hasn't been in the story, which is why I thought the pyrokinetic definitely was her. There was enough overlap, and she seemed important. Which means that if they were just copying what they saw on TV, they wouldn't know what the real design looked like.
そんな連中の作ったシ
They
ール
could make a million stickers and it wouldn't bother us, right?
怖く
じゃあ
Then why were there so many
ど
that
うして
night?
あの夜は？
おそらく
It
真
was
犯人
probably the real killer. They put the real stickers up, knowing the effects it might have.
その目的はおそらく
Yeah, their goal was probably cause psychological pain and awaken us as Gigalomaniacs to kill us as part of the returns of New Generation Madness to lead us to pyrokinetic. It's either A or C. From the text, we know that they knew they awakened? I'm gonna... It could be C, but I'm leaning A. But it could be C. I might be wrong. No, we'd already awoken to our powers. Oh yeah. Arimura in particular could already use a D-sword. Duh. Using the sumo sticker to scare her wouldn't accomplish anything. Think again. Okay, well... He didn't have his D-sword then. He still can't grab his D-sword, but you know, fine, whatever. Then it's gotta be this one. We kept running from the stickers that night,
行き着いた先
and we
に
ran into
あ
Riko
のハイ
Haida.
ダリコっ
I
て
see,
人が
that's
現
right.
れた。
つまり犯人は
In other words, the killer led us right to where Riko Haida was waiting,
そしてハイダリコ
and
は
Riko
僕らを
Haida
襲ってき
attacked
た
us.
でも
But when you think about it, she was no different than
あの
Ito.
人も伊藤
She
先
was
輩
being
と同
mind
じだった
controlled
んです
into
ね。
attacking someone.
かわいそ
I
う。
feel bad for her.
ああ僕らは真犯人
Yeah,
に
the
完全
real
に
killer
はめられて
manipulated us into
彼女
thinking
を
that she was
南
Senri
と
Minami
セミだと思い込ん
Sawa.
でしまった
The killer even went through the trouble of preparing fake evidence, like the ID.
証拠か
Evidence, huh? The reason we completely believe that Riko Haida was Senri Minami Asawa
完全に
was,
信じ込んでしまったのは
had the ID card. It's the ID and the limp, but the limp's not listed, so. Yeah, mind control and a lead pipe to the leg solves that. Senri Minami Asawa's ID card. That completely fooled us.
でもなんで
But why did she
彼
have
女
that
があの
card?
その理由が全く
No
わから
idea.
ない
It's a complete mystery.
完全に謎のままだ
Where did she get it?
思うんですけど、やっぱり本物の南沢千里が生きてて、ハイダリ
That's
コに
true.
罪
You
をかぶせ
don't
よ
even
うと
need to
したん
break
じゃ。
it. Yeah, like the cafe, for sure. for sure something happened in that cave. I thought it was tied to the sticker, but maybe we're wrong. Maybe we're wrong. The phone call? True. This is just an idea, but the real Senri Minamiyasawa might be alive, and she was trying to pin the blame on Riko Haida, but Kurusu kept saying that's impossible.
クルス先輩は
I think she's just trying to protect her. It's possible that, she's working with her? Hey, there are some things you just shouldn't say. I almost screamed at Arimura. Was she trying to tell me that Kurusu worked with the killer to do that to Yui? But Kazuki grabbed my shirt and stopped me. She shook her head as if telling me to calm down.
タク、怒鳴らないで。
Moved, yeah, you're right, so... And it's entirely possible, like, there was no sticker in that. That's just, like, how the mind control started. They made him think he saw the sticker, and it just popped from there. Taku, don't get mad. You're scaring me. Oh, sorry, Arimura. I owe you an apology, too.
いえ、
No, I'm sorry. That was careless of me. It's not careless if you have evidence. But my Shiro, if you're going to suspect someone, you should suspect everyone.
以前
You remember that Kurusu lied in front of me once already, right? She was right. Kurusu had insisted that Senri Minamiyasawa was dead, but she hadn't actually seen her die.
もちろん。
Of course, that goes for me, Seri, and Hana too.
え
Huh?
ー
But that means I can't trust anybody.
伊藤先輩の事
After
件を
what happened with
考えれば
Ito, that's probably a good idea.
私
I liked Ito a lot. Of course, I wasn't in love with him or anything, but he was always so
もちろんラ
honest.
ブとかじゃない。たとえ嘘をついても
Even
バ
if
レ
he
バレ
lied, it was always so obvious. And his lies were never the bad kind that hurt people. He was a really good person, so...
だから
So, for the first time, I'm wishing I'd used my power better.
自分のひなちゃん
Total defense against her power. Yeah, it's strong.
これまで
Until now, I'd
私
always
ずっと
regretted
後
wanting
悔
this
してたん
power.
です
I'd always thought it was better
こんな
not
能
to
力
know
が
the real
欲し
meaning
いなんて
behind
思って
people's
しまった
words.
ことでも
But now I regret it even more.
私が能力をちゃ
If
んと
I'd
生
used my
かしてい
power
れば
better, I could have realized that something was wrong with what Ito
伊
was
藤先
saying.
輩の
I
言
could have
葉が
saved
どこか
Yui.
おかしいことに気づくことがで
Arimura's
きた
eyes
は
looked
ず
so
です
sad.
そうしたら
No, it's not your fault.
違う
I sighed a little and moved away from the map.
そろそろ昼休みも終わりだ
Lunchtime's almost over.
このくらい
That's
にして
enough.
あとは
Oh, and we're shutting down the club for a
活動を休止
while.
にする
Wakuti told us we had to, so you don't need to
放
come
課
here
後
after
も集まら
school.
なくていいから
そっか
I see.
仕方ないですね
I guess we don't have a choice.
うん
Hmm.
あでも和樹は別に演奏
Oh,
とかプレ
but
イしに来て
Kazuki
も
can
構
come
わ
here
な
and
いから
play ESO too if she wants. I'll
部
leave
室
the
の
door
鍵は預
unlocked.
けんの
うん
I forced myself to smile, but Kazuki softly lowered her eyes as if to say no. That's kind of like, good question. The sun set early in late autumn. Just like I'd said over lunch, there was no club meeting that day. I had a short conversation with Serika and then headed straight for Alba dorm. What questions this game makes you ask, yeah. Even so, it was already starting to get dark, and it was easy to imagine some hidden attacker lurking in the shadows. But there was more than just fear inside me now. Of course, I was afraid of the murderer. I was afraid of being killed in some horrible way. And of yawning in the middle of the stream, and of dying in incredible pain. But I could also feel a black rage rearing its ugly head inside me. Yeah, that keeps happening. You're going to pay for what you did to Yui. Whoever the fuck you are, I will find you and I will tear you into tiny, bloody little shreds. Those feelings grew inside me with each passing moment. Oh, you're Takeru Miyashiro, right? Can we talk to you for a minute? Good question. You were the first person to find the body, right? What was it like? Wow. Like, they have to realize what, like, they asked that question and no part of their brain went, hold on, kid's probably traumatized. We should just, no? What was it like? Awful. It was awful. It was awful. What do you think it was like? The media was still camped out around Alba dorm. Actually, because of what happened with Yui, there were more of them than ever. And now that we were victims, in their minds, that made them our self-appointed heroic defenders. They'd gotten even bolder. They say that it was your best friend who was the killer, is that right? You must be shocked, aren't you? How do you want him to apologize to you? Why do you think your friend did this? Was there something bothering him? I would just go down the line and just kick them all in the nuts, just one after the other. Everyone that came up to me with a question to ask, straight for the nuts. I guarantee, after the third or fourth person, they'd stop asking questions. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Shut up! You want me to do the same to you as he did to her? Oh. Several of the lights the reporters were holding shattered at the same time. Then I suddenly came to my senses, shocked at the strong impulse I'd felt and the eerie light of the D-sword was giving off. Today's still only November 2nd. Nothing will happen until the 4th. Nothing. Rochambeau. Rochambeau is just rock, paper, scissors, though. Except South Park, you know. Pushed my way past the media and ran inside the dorm, repeating the words as if they were a magic spell. I'm back. I tried to calm myself down and act like nothing had happened. If Yuto heard yelling, it would wake him up. Welcome back, Takaru. Why am I yawning so much tonight? I slept fine. I'm gonna blame the Mountain Dew. I could see tiny little Uki from the kitchen. We still weren't used to calling each other by our first names. Dinner's almost done. Thank you. None of us, including Dad, really wanted to eat anything, but she made dinner every night anyway. That was her own way of struggling against the sadness, I thought. Where are Dad and Kurisu? The doctor's at the police. It's about Yui. I see. Nono is taking care of Yuto in the exam room. Okay. Hey, Uki? Yes? It's fine for today, but 2 days from now, on the 4th, make sure you're not alone at any point in time. Stay with everyone. Don't go outside no matter who tells you to. Got it? Does that include you, Takaru? That's right. Don't trust anyone. I remembered what Arimura had said, and my heart ached a little. Uki mumbled to herself for a moment, seemingly considering my words, then she nodded. I'll go take a look at Yuto. Please tell Nono that dinner is ready too. I'll take care of Yuto. Got it. Too good category, yes. So did Yui, though. I left the dining room and quietly went down the stairs to the clinic. When I opened the door, Yuto was lying on the bed and looking up at the ceiling. He was showing more emotion than he had been right after it happened, and he would answer when you spoke to him now. But he was being given strong psychotropics and spent most of his time asleep or barely alert. Yuto? Oh, welcome home. How are you doing? Better. I'm fine now. He forced himself to smile, probably because he didn't want to worry me. But the muscles that controlled his face weren't working the way he wanted yet, and it looked more like he was about to cry. Where's Kurisu? I looked around and didn't see her near the bed. Over there. She's asleep, so leave her alone. I found her at the desk where Dad kept his work computer. She was face down on the desk, with her long hair covering the top half of her body. Her breathing was gentle and rhythmic. I keep wondering why my nose is going weirder today. It's the temperature again. It was mid-50s, high 50s all week. We just got a big rainstorm that came through. It's down to like lower temperatures today. It's supposed to go to like 70 by Thursday. Just northeast US. This is what spring's like. The computer was still on. She must have fallen asleep while working on it. Big sis Nono hasn't been sleeping much. She's been helping me, but she's also doing her student council work too. She's always sitting at that computer. I told her I'm fine now, but she won't listen. 'Cause you're not, but that's okay. It's Dad's job to tell you when you're fine.
そうだけど。
That's true.
お前はあんまり難しい
Don't
こ
worry
と
about
考
stuff
え
too
るな
much. Just focus on getting better.
早く元気になれ
Neither of us would bring up Yui. We'd probably have to wait until Yuto was a lot more grown up. I tapped him on the shoulder, then grabbed the blanket off the other bed and softly walked over to Kurisu. Even with the heater on, I figured she might catch cold if she slept in a place like this. But I fell silent when I saw what was on the computer screen. It was displaying several sites that dealt with the return of the new generation madness. At the very front was the video from Don't Look at Me. It was paused at the moment where the victim realized he'd sliced up his own arm and passed out in a puddle of blood, tears, and drool. It's a weird image to fall asleep to. There was a newly brought notebook next to her, filled with words in her pretty handwriting. Poorly is the answer. How Taku-one would handle all this. Poorly. Some of it was in names, locations, and times that overlapped with what we had on the map on the clubroom wall, but Kurisu had made several sharp insights of her own. For example, Incident 2. Why didn't the victim put on makeup for her last street performance? Mind controller is male? He didn't consider that a girl would need to put on makeup? Senri's ID card. No one but me knew that I buried it under the memorial in remembrance of her. The killer had to read my mind to dig it up. The killers can read minds. Which means that there are two killers. One who can read minds and one who can control minds. Supports Takuru's multiple killers theory. It was page after page of it. Oh. I'm amazed she put all this together in such a short time, but why? Oh. She must have sensed that I was staring at her because she moved a little. Her almond eyes slowly opened and she blinked several times. And then she raised her head and looked at me. Oh, it's you, Takeru. Welcome back. I'm home. Here, have a blanket. You'll catch cold. Oh no, did I fall asleep? And then she seemed to realize her mistake. She quickly reached out her hand to turn off the computer monitor. I grabbed it. Listen, Takeru, this is... I refuse to let go of her hand. Oh, for sure. What are you doing, Takeru? Why aren't you working with everyone trying to solve this? That's what I want to know. Don't tell me you're doing this for the student council. Kurisu flinched a little. This was the exact opposite of how things usually went between us. It's always me who did the flinching. It is. Like hell it is. You're hurting me, let go. But I kept holding on and glaring at her a little. At first she squirmed a little, but eventually her naturally strong will won out, and she glared right back at me. I don't know how long we stayed like that, but surprisingly, it was Kurisu who gave up first. She silently put her other hand on top of mine. I'm sorry, so let me go. I relaxed my grip a little and shook her hand away. Why are you doing this on your own? You're not thinking of finding the real killer on your own, are you? And trying to keep the rest of us out of it? Is it? That's... You'd get mad if I did that, but you're allowed to? Are you allowed to? What if the killer comes after you and you end up like Yui? I don't want that to happen. Kurisu fell silent for a second after I spat out the words. And then she started to talk, hesitantly, as if she were uncertain how to say what she was thinking. Remember what you said before? That it was like the case was following you now? Yeah. It's the same for me. Ever since I learned that Senri was involved, she's been following me. Senri? Senri and Minamiya no, the other Senri. What did she mean? She was following her? Didn't she say she died in the Shibuya earthquake? And that was a lie, and Senri was after not only me, but Kurisu. She must have sensed my confusion because Kurisu shook her head. Senri died in the earthquake. I know that for a fact. What's chasing me is... I don't know how to describe it. Her ghost? Huh? My mouth hung open as I struggled to understand what she'd just said. Never imagined she'd use an unscientific word like a ghost. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I'm sorry, this is all I can say right now. I don't have the courage to tell you. Before people they knew literally died, I was like, she's clearly hiding something. But like, now, with the stakes as they are, any bit of info that can help needs to be shared on both sides. If Taku was pulling this BS, I'd be calling him out too. You gotta share every bit of info you have. Anything that can help solve this or keep anyone safe has to be shared. Courage be damned. Her face twisted in sorrow. Yeah, the time is now, correct. She's just as bad, if not worse. Yeah, and at least he went out of his way to, like, keep everyone in the loop. The only reason he didn't keep her in the loop is because she would be like, you said you wouldn't follow this case anymore. Like, the entire club knew everything that he knew moments after he knew it. Partially because he just liked to brag that he knew it, but still, he kept that information public. There's still a lot of things you can't tell me, huh? Like, if the stakes weren't what they are now, if what happened to Yui didn't happen, I'd call her out for this, but I'd be like, I get it. But now the stakes are different. Now you being afraid to say something means a lot less when you've seen how close to home this stuff can hit. Like, yeah, she did. Very quick. By the time I realized what I'd said, it was too late. The pain in my heart had come back, and the words had slipped out of my mouth. Even after I'd sworn I was never going to say those words to her again. Just like I expected, she looked even sadder. Kursu, no, that wasn't what I meant. But I told you before, right? I'm different than who I used to be. I'm glad he has character growth, and I'm glad he's not holding this against her for those reasons. However, again, the point is that now the stakes are drastically higher, and if she has any information that could help any one of them try to piece this together, she's gotta share it. Not because Rule 1, not because of stuff that happened in the past, not for any of those reasons. Simply because her telling people or not might lead to people being dead in 2 days. And I'm glad that we have enough pro-tag character growth that he's like, I get it, I understand, but I, the player here, I'm like, come on. And I'm right here in Iba Dorm, right? If I was still going to get mad or upset, I wouldn't come back. Kurusu sat down on the bed exhausted. Suddenly realized that Yuto had left. It was dinner time after all, and he'd probably thought the two of us wanted to be alone. There was a long, long silence after that. She never followed that rule anyway, yeah. Oh, she followed some of it. Neither Kurusu nor I said a word. We just stared at different spots in the room. And eventually Kurusu started to talk. Someday... Huh? Someday I want to tell you all the things that I can't say. It may make you hate me again, but I don't care. When that happens, will you let me say everything I need to? That day should really be today or tomorrow, considering everything they know. Thanks. And finally she smiled. It was a weak smile, which looked as though it could fade in any second. Hey, Takeru? Do you remember the day you woke up after the earthquake? I was really out of it, so not really. But I remember that the first thing I saw was you crying. I see. Thinking back, it's kind of strange. Why were you crying? Because I was happy you woke up. Why? Back then you and I were still, well, strangers. Maybe that was true for you, but I'd taken care of you for over a year. You were part of my family. The fragile smile was still on her face.
だからお姉ちゃんは
So I know everything there is about you, even the stuff you're too embarrassed to tell the other girls.
やめろよ。
Stop it, you're not supposed to say
そういうこと言う
that.
な
You're right, sorry, I won't do it again.
ごめん
Lies.
もう言わない
And then there was another silence. It was as if the two of us were trapped by memories of the past and had forgotten that time even existed.
あの
Excuse me? And then time started to move again. Oh, that's right, we missed dinner. I'm sorry.
いえすぐに
No,
温
I'll
め
warm it
直
up
しま
again.
すごめんねウキちゃん
Sorry, Yuki. Yuki may or may not have been able to tell what was going on between us, but she left for the upstairs dorm without another word.
タクル
Taku, go on ahead.
わかった
Sure. Oh, Kurisu?
クルス
As she got up for the bed and headed for the dorm, I called out to her. Hmm? What
Nani?
is it? Her soft chestnut hair flew upwards as she spun around.
僕
As I looked into her beautifully colored eyes, I was finally able to say it.
も
I don't want to lose any more of my family. How long had it been since I called Kurisu part of my family? Her eyes went wide for a moment, and then suddenly she started to cry.
タクル
うだから本当に頼
So,
む
really, don't do
やめて
this.
くれ
Don't try to find the
一
killer
人
on
で
your
犯
own.
人探しなんて危
If
険
that
なこと
happened to you, if what happened to Yui happened to you,
あれ
that's pathetic. I'm not supposed to cry. Fine, I won't.
だから
So promise me too,
Okay.
Takeru, that you won't leave me behind and disappear. Yeah,
私
I can't take it. I can't take all this sadness.
こんなに悲しい
She probably didn't even know what she was doing. But she ran up to me and buried her face in my chest. She wrapped her arms around me as if she refused to let go. And cried for a long, long time, calling out Yui's name in a tiny
ル
voice.
ス
Until now, I'd always been bothered by the idea of a family. Thought it was just a heavy, annoying chain that kept me stuck in one place. But I was wrong. Dad, Yui, Yuto, Kurisu, and even Yuki now. They were all part of my family. So only then that it really hit me that Yui was gone forever, and I held Kurisu's frail body tight and cried like a baby for a long, long time. Yeah, Kai, who... That was by far the worst part of that game in terms of, like, content. And he was there for that. Yeah. Whew. Yeah. November 3rd. Ooh. The school was empty since it had closed for Culture Day. Of course, no one from the newspaper club was there, and the room was empty and quiet. I'd been there alone since lunchtime. Wasn't sure how many hours I'd been staring at the map, looking for a clue that pointed towards the real killer. I had until tonight. Once it was past midnight, November 4th would be here. And then the final return of the New Generation Madness murder could occur at any time. The killer was probably getting ready right now. Who was their last target? Was it me, Arimura, Uki, or someone I didn't know at all? Arimura had already said she would spend the night at Alba dorm. I'd asked her to stay with Uki and the others at all times. With her power, we should be able to avoid a repeat of what happened to Yui. And
ごめんなクルス
I'm sorry, Kurisu. I'm a liar. I would find the real killer and make sure they came after me. I think the key problem is that he and Kurisu are too much alike. Absolutely too much alike. And then I'd take revenge for Yui. Yesterday I'd spoken with Arimura and the others and gone over the things that didn't make sense. When we talked, there were a few things we'd left to come back to later.
まず
First, the third case, Revolving Dead.
デッド
Why did the policeman ignore us when he saw us inside the Love Hotel wearing Hekiho uniforms? The answer was probably what I'd originally thought, that the officer was being mind-controlled. The only reason I could think of was that the killer wanted me to be at the scene. But I couldn't figure out why. So why not think about it another way? What if I hadn't gone there? Why would that cause a problem for them? Might not have noticed the connection between the stickers and the case. I might not have noticed my power was telekinesis. Seen a person die in front of me for real. I mean, he noticed his power was telekinesis way after. Several other cases. It took at least one more case for that to be noticed. So this one wasn't... It was proof towards it, but it wasn't the deciding factor. That's true. Everyone else he's found so far... No, he was also dead already, kinda. It's either A or C again. I'm gonna say A's the more important... Yeah. Well, no, by Revolving Dead he hadn't seen any... Oh, you're right. You're right, he had seen a ton of people with death. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about that. Yeah, it's A then, you're right. It's very unrealistic, but still. That's right. I'd taken the video without even thinking about it, and after analyzing it 100 times, I found the sumo sticker. Also, hey Mitz, welcome to Viperland in the chat. How you doing? Then I found the other stickers at the other murder sites. Then I made a video connecting the murders to the sumo stickers and uploaded it to the internet. And because of that video, our minor little newspaper club site had gotten an incredible number of hits. No, wait a second. Then, did the killer send me there to benefit the newspaper club? That's ridiculous. I frowned and crumpled up the paper where I'd written newspaper club site hits and threw it in the trash. And then I glared at the map again. I looked at the next note that we marked to come back to. It's about Watabe and the fourth incident, Getsuwan death. The real reason that our site had gotten so many hits was that Watabe, the famous internet journalist, had gotten involved. That's why he decided to hold an interview with us, but just like I said yesterday, I couldn't figure out why. The interview would have done nothing but fuel the flame war. So I'd guessed that Watabe had already been under the control of the killer. Wait, which means the killer stood to gain something from having Watabe meet with us, right? Who stood to gain by having Watabe come to Hekiho? The student council? I mean, he was a famous guy. We don't know much about the lit club, and the newspaper club was kind of not going to be helped from that. No, that can't be right. Watabe was planning on coming anyways. The student council already had enough work and stands dealing with him. Sudden request for an interview would have only made things worse. Student council didn't say anything. She got with something else. Okay, well then. Yeah, well, that's exactly why they did it, Ark. I hate to say, it's exactly why they did it. Yeah. Some of the other ones were thematic too. The one with the hand in it had Tokyo hands and like mittens on it. They thought through what boxes they were going to use. That's right. We in the newspaper club were the ones who stood to gain something. I glanced at the paper I'd just thrown in the trash. It read newspaper club site hits. We were already kind of famous because of the video we'd uploaded about the sumo stickers. The arrival of Watabe, the famous reporter, only increased that. And then, just as the discussion was about to start, Watabe had become a victim of the return of the new generation madness. Talk about sensational. It's as if they were trying to make the newspaper club famous. But why? After that, the newspaper club got deeper and deeper into the case. Then the case became more than just something we reported on. We went through things that no high school newspaper club would ever experience and felt excitement, terror, and surprise. Mostly terror. Mostly terror. Damn it, they've just been toying with the newspaper club. Part of that was the attack on me and Arimura by the pyrokinetic. Even then, the killer had shown signs of toying with us. It was Senri Minamiyasawa who attacked us. It wasn't, it was another woman named Riko Haida. But the killer had Senri Minamiyasawa's ID card. That was what had fooled us, and had almost sent the case off in the wrong direction. But last night I finally solved the mystery of the ID card, because I'd seen this about Senri Miyasawa's ID card in Kurusu's notes. Killer read her mind, dug it up. In her room, the killer read her mind, stole it. Remember design of ID card. That one. That's right. This is what it said in Kurusu's notes. Senri's ID card. No one but me knew that I buried it under the memorial in remembrance of her. The killer had to read my mind to dig it up. The killers can read minds? It was safe to assume that she was right, and the killers had read her mind and taken the ID card from the memorial. But what was the reason? Why did the killer want to make us look like Senri Minamiyasawa was attacking us? What was the point? They tried to expose human experiments on making Senri Minamiyasawa famous, tried to terrify me by bringing up my past trauma, tried to drive Ito, who loved Senri, into committing crimes. Okay, so we know that was an implanted thing, so it's not that. I don't know, like that would be a really weird way to do that, and it backfired horribly. It didn't work. So it seems like they were targeting him. That's right. It felt like the killer was using Senri Minamiyasawa to take advantage of my trauma. In fact, I'd felt terrified many times because of that. No, wait, that means... I spoke aloud without even realizing it. The killer isn't after the newspaper club. They're after me. That's impossible. There's no way they could have committed all these murders just to mess with me. It made no sense, and it was far too elaborate. And for all the effort they'd put into it, there was something that didn't make sense about the incident with Ito and Yui. That was... revenge for a girl you once loved, too pathetic to be a motive. From the order, Yuki, not Yui, should have been the next target. It makes no sense to turn Ito into a killer if motive is vengeance. He didn't know her. Why should she have been the next target? Circa led him to the hotel too. Yeah, she did. She really was insistent on going inside. I think it's this one, but I don't know what order they're talking about. Yeah, no order. Okay, gotcha. I had no way of knowing. Yeah. I was about to say. That one. It fits for now, for sure. That's right. There was no point in making Ito out to be the killer. No, in fact, making Ito the killer was the wrong thing to do. If the point was making it look like this was Senri Minamiyasawa's revenge, there were other people who would make more sense. For example, though it was scary even to think about it, Senri Minamiyasawa's best friend, Kurisu and Kawahara, if one of them had committed the murder, the police never would have become suspicious at all. It's possible that we might not have even figured out that mind control was involved. The whole thing could have ended with that assumption, that it was a plot to get revenge on it for an old friend. Motive, though? They look straight at Sumo stuck on the ground. Yeah. On the computer screens with Ito. Yeah. I guess she could have not. Like, definitely you could argue she didn't look at it and she just pretended she couldn't see a sword. Like, that could happen too. But I don't know. I hope it's not her, but we're running out of named characters with portraits that it could be. So why did the killer choose Ito? Which is a super meta way of looking at it, but it's still, you know. So why did the killer choose Ito when he wasn't involved? She is, yeah. For sure. I just thought she had a sense of excitement, but I'm not saying it doesn't line up, because it definitely overlaps at least. And why did they make him tell lies that would be easily found out? What's the point? It's like they're trying to tell us that Ito was just a puppet and the real killer was someone else. Then I suddenly stood up from my chair. Is that what they're after? The killer deliberately chose Ito, who had no motive at all to commit the crime. Of course we'd realize that immediately and started looking even harder for the real killer. But none of the cops, except for Shinja, would believe in psychic powers, and in the media's speculation and the public's confusion and interest would only grow. That was exactly what had happened. More and more pundits and commentators were arguing over whether Ito, whom was always called Boy A, was really the killer. Derek is under control too? Possibly. It would have to be from a long time back. Yeah. And of course, multiple threads showed up on 8chan simultaneously declaring both his innocence and his guilt. There were even threads speculating about who the true killer might be, and they showed no signs of stopping. And tomorrow was the 4th. From midnight tonight to midnight tomorrow, the whole city would be waiting with bated breath to see the killer's next move. She has the whole time. And her presence around him is so a non-thing that she can just walk into his RV and he's just like, hey. What if the killer had planned all this? It was like they were challenging me to a game. It lured me in with the return of the new generation madness, which they knew I'd take an interest in. They used Senri Minamiyasawa to drive me into a corner from which I couldn't escape. They were moving everyone around for their own ends, both wrong-siders and self-proclaimed right-siders, like chess pieces on a board. And they wanted me, the other player, to try and stop the last murder on November 4th. Put my hand on my forehead and stared at the map, unable to believe it. That was the only reason? They killed all those people for that? That's why they did that to Yui? No, this is a delusion. This is all my delusion. I could hear that I was whispering to myself. That's right, there has to be some greater conspiracy going on here. Some huge conspiracy that will shake the world to its core. And we'd been caught up in that huge plan, and that's why this was happening to us. Trouble, yeah, true. That had to be it. Suddenly, I heard the sound of a ringing phone. I quickly looked around for the source. It was my smartphone, which I'd kept inside my bag. I quickly pulled it out and looked at the screen. Shinjo? Shinjo had been visiting Ito in the hospital every day, since he was the one in charge of Yui's case. If he was calling, that meant... I forced myself to stay calm as I hit the answer button. It wouldn't hit, yeah. The Committee of 300. Nothing to do with it. Miyashiro? Yes. Did Ito wake up? Yeah, 2 hours ago. Wow, way to have a prompt call. 2 hours? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Don't ask me for the impossible. I was waiting for the other officers to leave the room. If they even caught me talking to you, I'd be punished. Okay, that's fair. But what about Ito? Is he okay? Yeah, he's a lot more alert. He can talk, but... Well... Kunosato? I could hear Kunosato's voice on the other end of the phone. There's damage not only to his neocortex, but his hippocampus and language center too. I can't guarantee the damage won't be permanent if he pushes himself too hard. That's the situation, but he says he wants to talk to you anyway. Okay. Ready? I'm putting him on. Okay. I gulped down the saliva in my mouth. Suddenly I felt a terrible uncertainty in my heart. What was I supposed to say to Ito? Even if he'd been mind-controlled, he was still the one who chopped up my little sister. But I didn't hear any sound coming from the phone. Ito? I heard the sound of a deep breath on the other side of the phone. Ito, are you okay? In the end, that was all I could say. Yeah, it's me. Forgive me. Forgive me, please. What? I killed Yui. No, you don't need to say any more than that. I tried to cut him off, but he ignored me and started crying. But Yui was your sister, but I killed her. It's no good. Even if I killed myself, it wouldn't atone for this, would it, Miyashiro? What are you talking about? Are you saying you're gonna die? Snap out of it, Ito. Shinjo's voice overlapped with my words. Listen to me. I don't think you did that to Yui. Someone else is the real killer. The real killer? Yeah, you're innocent. Just try and remember. Someone did something to you, right? Right? Someone did something. That's right. Who was the one mind-controlling you? Speaking of permanent damage, suddenly I heard him scream in pain on the other end of the phone. Ito! What's wrong? Stop it. Make him stop. His brainwaves are abnormal. Bad. His mind is still being controlled. It's been set up to keep us from getting information out of him. What? At this rate, it will destroy its hippocampus. Did you hear that, Miyashiro? We're done. I'm hanging up. Wait, don't hang up. Ito's screams cut him off. I can almost remember just a little more. Ito, that's enough. Stop. But Ito didn't stop. He was trying his best, enduring terrible pain to tell me something. Miyashiro, it was in the club room.
部室
The club room? I don't remember when. There was someone else there with me.
ダメだもうよせ
No, stop it. Shut up. I'm still talking to Miyashiro. Don't hang up.
伊藤
ゆいちゃんの
If I can avenge Yui, I don't care what happens to my mind. Even from here, I could sense his incredible determination.
聞いてるか
Are you listening, Miyashiro?
あ聞いて
Yeah, I'm listening.
そいつと
That's the problem. If it's not Serika, it's Kazuki.
そしたら
And if it's not Kazuki, it's Serika.
いきなりスマホ
And I don't want it to be either of
お前
them.
の写真を見せて
Kazuki's too good. Serika's been too good. I talked with them for a while and then... That's right, they showed me a picture of you on a phone. What if Kazuki's power is like... She can basically control people with what she says?
僕の写真
A picture of me? Yeah, I don't remember what the photo was, but I remember I was surprised. I was surprised because you look so happy. You were with the people from Albert... Oh, yeah, it's Serika then.
宮代が楽しそうにし
You were
て
with the people from Albert Dorm. I'd never seen you like that. Wait, would she have that picture though? Would she have that picture?
見たから
Somebody's got his phone, though. It's the photo for sure. Nono has it, yeah. Picture from Albert Dorm. What was he talking about? There's no photos like that.
それ
And then, that's right, I remember. They laughed and pointed at someone.
この子を殺
Kill this girl, they said. Yui. It was Yui. The killer had a picture of me and Yui together. I got scared and tried to run away, and then someone else opened the door and came in.
怖くなって逃げようとしたら
Whoever picked up the phone.
ドアからもう一人
And there's two people.
その二人
The two of them. Stop it. Stop. What are you doing? Stop.
伊藤伊藤
Yeah. His mind had finally reached its limits. There was one last scream of terror, and then nothing. He didn't answer, no matter how many times I yelled his name. All I heard was meaningless mumbling. He didn't seem to know where he was or what he was doing anymore.
宮代君残念だけど
Mishiro, I'm sorry, but he can't talk anymore.
黒里さんに代わって
Give the phone to Kunasato. Huh? Just do it! Hurry! Yeah, I thought she left with him too, but she would know where to go back to. A moment later, Kunasato answered the phone in a cold voice.
何か用か
Do you need something? Shut up.
お願いです
Please, help Ito.
こいつに無理をさせ
You're the one who made him talk. Why are you asking me for this now?
この事件が
Once this is over, you can use me as a guinea pig for your experiments, so please.
だから
I heard a mocking laughter in her voice. Oh, going to take you seriously, you know. Oh no. He knows what he just said, but also, oh no.
やりたければ
Do whatever you want, just save Ito.
分かった
Fine, I'll do what I can, but don't get your hopes up too much. Then she hung up the phone. No matter how many times I called back, she didn't answer. Maybe one of the other police officers besides Shinjo had come into the room.
伊藤
At the very end, he'd endured terrible pain to give me that information. Thinking back, it was incredibly important. It was a winter evening, and still there was cold sweat forming on my forehead.
伊藤に思考誘導をかけた犯
The
人
person who controlled Ito's mind was once here in this room.
この物質に
Tried to drive my tired, exhausted mind to fit in this last piece of the puzzle. If we go with the things that were on Kurasu's notepad. If we go with the things that were on Kurasu's notepad, and at least one of the people involved was male because of the makeup thing, which still seems a little bit of a stretch, but it's not insignificant, then one of them's gotta be either Shinjo or their advisor. No, not true. It could be the guy we suplexed. It could absolutely be the guy we suplexed. It could be the doctor. Advisor has a portrait. But I would argue Student Council Boy has motive. He's hated how close Kurasu was to, like, Taku and her family this whole time. But he also had that moment of seeming to kinda open up to him. He had that one moment where he seemed to kinda be like, I kind of get it. Before things went downhill. Advisor led reporter man into the room. Where he had the knocks, yeah. But if it's two people, that still means it could easily be Kazuki or Onoe along with one of them. All we know is somebody who's been in this room. That's the only confirmed thing we know for sure. We have a hint, and that it's two people. Yeah, he had that moment of like opening up to Taku, which is if he was like an evil murderer gonna get revenge on all these people for stealing her affection, why would he do that? He knew Senri, yeah. I don't know. This narrows it down to basically what we already knew, which is every person with a portrait. If we're gonna metagame this narrows it down to literally every person with a portrait. Every person with a portrait has been in this room with someone else. Cool, we've narrowed it down perfectly. I tried to drive my tired, exhausted mind to fit in this last piece of the puzzle. But that can't be. That makes it sound like the real killer was one of us. I couldn't believe it. I didn't want to believe it. Yeah, she really does have the most stacked against her. Yeah. But that was the hint Ito had given me. And if that hint was also... if that was also a message from the killer... the fact that Ito had woken up right before November 4th, the fact that he'd given me that information, it all seemed like part of the killer's next move. Damn it. If that's what you want, then I'll play along. Even if it's just what you want. I'll find you. Ito's first hint. The killer was talking with Ito in private in the newspaper club room. Which meant that it was someone close enough to Ito to have a chat like that. And someone who would belong in the newspaper club. The process of elimination, who could I rule out? Which of these people didn't I suspect? Alright. Honestly, when you put it that way, yeah, I could take Kawahara off the list. He was friends with Kurusu, but not that close to Ito. And because of Kurusu, he didn't like the newspaper club. It's hard to imagine the two of them talking in private here. I appreciate that he puts his own picture up there. Who else would... Do you know what? Oh, no. I'd only met Kunasato. I was right, it was after Ito had faked the call. At that point, we'd never met, which meant it didn't match with Ito's evidence. I could eliminate her. Yeah, I could definitely rule out Uki. There was that call from my missing phone that Ito had received. First I thought that was her doing, but now I know that Ito had done it himself. If she and Ito were working together, there was no need for him to install that app. He could have just had Uki make the call. So I could rule her out. Alright. I feel like that's the obvious choices. He would definitely be here having... they weren't super close, but it wasn't so bad that like I can't imagine them talking. Obviously could imagine it. Do you know what? I could rule out Kazuki. Even when she was in the club room, she was always playing ESO too. She never spoke to anyone. Even if she was alone with Ito, she never would have talked to him. Yeah, Kazuki doesn't talk. Honestly, even though she said she really didn't hate him, I can't imagine them just having a conversation there. I just can't. True, Arimura wasn't part of the newspaper club, but she was known to come in here from time to time. She probably talked to Ito while they were alone once or twice. Okay, it was too early to rule her out. Cool, so... Gotcha. That's really it that I can eliminate, right? Like... He was bound to have talked to them at some point. Maybe he didn't show up in the news. It's probably safe to take Shinjo off the list of suspects. Ito and Shinjo had only met after I'd gotten the call. Yeah, it was safe to rule him out. Fair. Hana, Kazuki, Ito Yamazoe, Moe Kunasato, Takeshi Shinjo, Masashi Kawahara. I could rule out those 5, which left... And if I use Ito's evidence to narrow it down further... I talked with them for a while, and then that's right, they showed me a picture of you on a phone. The killer had a picture of me, and a picture of me at Alba dorm with Yui. If I was smiling, that meant it was a pretty old one. If nothing else, it had to have been from before I left to go to live by myself in the park. The only ones who could show Ito that picture were probably... There were only 3 people who could have done it. 1. Kurusu would have pictures of everyone from Alba dorm, obviously, and probably old photos of me too, which meant she fit the criteria of the real killer. The only ones who could show Ito that picture were probably... Sarika was my childhood friend. She'd known me for longer than anyone. Of course, she probably had plenty of old photos of me. And when I lived at Alba dorm, she came over almost every day. She'd gotten along with everyone. Of course, she'd have a photo of Yui too. In other words, she fit the criteria to be the real killer. The only ones who could show Ito that picture, and the only other one is himself. I doubt the instructor would have a picture. All my old photos of myself and the people at Alba dorm. And lost along with my cell phone. Oh, at Tokyo General. The phone hadn't been found yet. In other words, since I didn't have any photos like that, I wasn't the killer. For a moment, I was relieved, but then I realized my mistake. When had someone begun controlling Ito's mind? I didn't know. Maybe it was from before I dropped my phone. So it was possible that I could have shown Ito the old photo. In other words, I couldn't rule myself out. Yeah. And so I'm left with these 3, huh? Well, these 3 plus an accomplice who could be anyone. Anyone that could have gotten into the school. I pursed my lips as or could have gotten to the club room, and everybody on that list could have had a reason to be in the club room at some point. I pursed my lips as I stared at the photos on the map. The real killer is one of these 3 people. Kurusu, Onoe, or me. One of us was the person who'd killed all those psychics, and done that to Yui. I'd come up with a lot of different theories, but looking back at them, they all seem so impossible. At some point, the setting sun had disappeared beyond the artificial horizon created by the city's skyline, and night was falling. How many hours were left till November 4th began? I grabbed my bag and ran out of the room. I wanted something. Some form of unshakable evidence. Evidence proving who the killer was. No, that's not right. That's not right. That's not what I wanted. What I wanted was proof that neither Kurusu, Sarika, nor I was the killer. Yeah, Nono has secrets which would make us think of her, but that seems too easy. But by that same logic, Sarika seems too obvious. Like, there's enough things that could line up for her now that we're on this train of thought that almost seems too obvious. I pushed my way through the media camps that still crowded around the clinic and ran inside, just as Uki was coming out of the exam room. She was holding Yuto's laundry, but also that's super metagaming too. Not to say I haven't been doing that, I'm not faulting that, I'm just saying, like, doesn't always point us in the right direction. She was holding Yuto's laundry, and she nearly spilled it on the floor when she saw me. Takeru! Shh. Huh? Yuto took his medicine and finally fell asleep, so please. Uh-oh. Why are you in such a hurry? Do you need to talk to Nono? It's important. Where is she now? She was just with me and Yuto. I think she's in her room right now. I see. I reminded Yuki to make sure that once the 4th began, she was never to let herself be alone. Then I headed up the stairs to the room. Also, if it is Kurusu, she does a damn good job of faking grief. Like a damn good job of faking grief. So, whereas we haven't really seen Onoe since then. In game, I'm sure they've seen her, but like we haven't. Kurusu, are you there? Kurusu? I knocked on the door, but there was no answer. That's not great either, though. That was strange. If she was in the room, she should be able to answer. Coming in, okay? I softly turned the doorknob. It wasn't locked. I opened the door just a little and looked inside. The lights were off and the room was pitch black. Did she go to sleep already? Maybe she wasn't feeling well. She tried her best to hide it, but ever since Yui had died, she'd been a mess. She wasn't eating much, and she'd clearly lost weight. It hurt to look at her. Hey, are you okay? Should I call Dad? Spoke softly as I came inside and approached the bed. Huh? No one was there. She wasn't lying on the bed or the sofa or sitting at the desk. Surprise, surprise. They're the same person. She also went off on her own. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? I'm sorry I broke my promise. And I'm sure she thought the exact same thing. I'm sorry I broke my promise. Where the hell did she go? I turned on the lights, but the room was completely empty. I remembered that she said something about sleeping in my room before and checked there. But it was empty too. Hey, Kurisu. I didn't want to wake Yuto, but still I shouted as I ran downstairs. Oh, Miyashiro. Hey there. Arimura was in the dining room. She was paging through a girls' magazine, looking bored. Excuse me. Arimura, sorry, but can you take care of Yuki? No, I'm not her guardian. And anyway, you're a target too, so you need to stay with us. Protect me and Yuki both, why don't you? Arimura frowned and glared at me. I will, once it's the 4th. Anyway, have you seen Kurisu? Kurisu? She just left. She left? Why? I looked at the clock and it was already past 7. I don't know, she was in a hurry. I tried to talk to her and she wasn't paying attention. So either something, she's clearly hiding something, but like, maybe she came to a similar conclusion. I'm leaving too. I'll be right back, so just watch Yuki for me. Wait, I told you, I'm not her guardian, Miyashiro! She screamed at me, but I ignored her and ran down the stairs. I had a terrible premonition, and my heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would burst out of my chest. As I was about to exit through the clinic door, Uki poked her head out from the examination room again. Takeru, I'm sorry, but can you please be quiet? Yeah. Did something happen? No, it's just that Kurisu... Then something caught my eye in the exam room. It was Dad's computer, the one Kurisu had been using before. A pair of stereo headphones were plugged into the front audio terminal. Thought for a moment, then stopped and went into the exam room. Uki saw the look on my face and drew back a little as if she was scared. Is Dad not here? He went off to look at some patients this afternoon. He says he can't do it here with all the media around. You'd think that they'd understand that they were preventing people from getting medical help, but they don't give a damn. Miyashiro, yeah, I guess so. I didn't do it consciously, but I feel like I've also said it both ways, just tonight. Then what's this? I pointed to the headphones, and Uki looked troubled. He's probably been told not to tell me. It was definitely Kurisu who'd been using them. Definitely. Of course, she wouldn't need these just to browse the internet. Which meant I could guess what she was doing. Kurisu's a liar too. Yeah. Just like I was today. Yeah. Turned on the computer and looked at the browsing history. She either wasn't in the habit of deleting it, or had been in such a hurry that she hadn't had time. The history list was still there, and when I clicked it, I found a site with the first video from the Return of the New Generation Madness, the Don't Look at Me case. She was looking at this again? I put the headphones on and pressed play. Oh, can she hear something in the background? It's loud, because she was listening for quiet things. I screamed and ripped them off. The volume was so loud I thought it would blow out my eardrums. I could hear Yuto rolling around on the bed behind me, and Uki put her hand over my mouth. If I gotta tell you one more time, Taku, to be quiet, I'm gonna slap the noise out of you. She wouldn't, but... No, don't be loud! I made an I'm sorry gesture and then watched as the video kept playing at loud volume. That was close. I almost went deaf. The volume got set to maximum somehow? Yeah, I wonder. We'll hear shortly, I suppose. I quickly lowered it, then put the headphones back on and looked at the screen. Was she watching this? Yes. Uki's voice was soft. She really had been told to keep quiet about it. This whole time? No, the video really scared me, so I tried not to watch it, but I think she kept stopping and replaying the same section over and over. And then she seemed to notice something. She suddenly told me that she needed to go to her room and asked me to watch Yuto. I don't know much more than that, I'm sorry. Her shoulders slumped, as if she was ashamed of her uselessness.
いや、ありがとな。
No, thanks. I nodded and told her not to worry about it. Brother
タク
Takaru?
ル兄ちゃん
Wow, the one thing you were told not to do. Wake him up. Then I heard a frail voice.
タクル兄ちゃん
That's you, right, Brother Takaru?
起こしちゃったか。
Did I wake you? I'm sorry. You definitely did, and you definitely should be. Yeah, good job, Taku. I'm sorry, Yuto. It was Yuto. He hadn't been asleep after all.
うん
No, it's
い
fine.
いんだ
Looked over at the bed and saw that the drugs had almost put him to sleep again. He was trying his best to keep his tired eyes open.
あのね
I know what she was doing. What?
のの姉ちゃん
Big
ね
Sis Nono was looking at just one part, over and over. I could tell from the sounds of the mouse and what was coming out of her headphones.
何回も
Just
同
one
じと
part,
ころだけ。
over and over. She'd only been watching one part of the video, but why? Because she was listening intently for something. No way. No way. I stared at the computer screen. Had Kurisu found something? Some clue to the killer? Did she find something in this
タ
video?
クル
Brother Takaru. Huh? Ooh. Can you take revenge for my sister? Can you catch the person who made it so I'll never see my sister again?
あ
Yeah,
任せとけ。
leave it to me.
僕が捕まえてや
I'll
る。
catch them.
絶対
I'll
捕
catch
まえ
them
てや
no
る。
matter what. Hmm.
お姉
Yuto started to cry, so I left him in Yuki's care as I took the phone out of my pocket and dialed a number I knew very well. Grew more and more anxious with each passing ring.
うるせえ。どこ行ったの
Kursi, where did you go? Pick up the phone.
まさか一人で犯人のところへ行ったんじゃないだろうな。
I mean, if it turns out to be Nono, I'll be surprised because, like, she's also fighting hard for it. The same reason I don't think it's messed up scientist chick. As evil as she is, she's really trying hard to solve this. And I'm not saying you can't fake that, but I'm definitely saying there's no reason to if you're the culprit. Yeah, I agree. I do feel more certain of her being in the clear than Taku. Yes, no, I understand. We want it to be her. You don't go to find the killer yourself. You didn't go to find the killer yourself, did you? I told you not to do that. But this is what you'd do if you found the killer first, right? I know exactly what you'd think. I suddenly felt like I heard her voice.
いつまでも姉貴ぶる
How
な
long are
よ
you going to keep pretending to be my big sister? You're a crybaby and a coward, and you always rely on me, so pick up the phone, damn it.
バカ野郎
The only thing I heard was the endless ringing sound. November 3rd, 2015, Tuesday. Uragawacho Shibuya. The Rock. The path to Hekiho Academy. Kurisu was walking alone along an empty street. Her breathing was a little heavy. She'd been walking a long time and at a fast pace. She was wearing her school uniform. There was a school rule that said whenever you went on campus, you had to wear your uniform. And it was funny to realize that she was obeying it even now. She just found a clue in the Don't Look at Me video and asked a certain person to meet her at Hekiho Academy. The person had said they couldn't be there immediately, but that they would call her when they get to the school. Then why wouldn't she pick up her phone? So there's no need to hurry. There was plenty of time until she got there. That's what Nono told herself. But her body kept driving her forward.
スマホ
No, my phone. She realized she hadn't looked at it in a long time. She must have been under more strain than she realized. She looked and saw several calls from Takaru and Arimura. She thought of stopping and heading back, but then sighed as she realized it was impossible. She couldn't go back to Alba Dorm now. If she saw Takaru's face, her determination would waver. Her determination would waver, and she would change her mind. So now, the only thing she could do was go forward. Now that she'd realized the hidden truth.
ごめんね
I'm
や
sorry.
っぱり
Guess I'm a liar after all. Yeah. She apologized to her absent brother and tapped the phone in her pocket. Then she glared at the hill in front of her as she readied herself for what was to come. She had to rid herself of any kindness or sentimentality. Even if she didn't intend any mercy now, she might find herself in a moment of weakness later. At night, the academy was an ominous, dark silhouette amidst the dazzling lights of Shibuya. It was as if it knew what was coming. Usually there was a guard in the room attached to the front gate, but for some reason she couldn't see him. For some reason, The air felt tense. She shook off her uncertainty and went inside. Maybe we should have some tea. She went into the dark newspaper club room and turned on the fluorescent lights. Oh, Nonoa decided to wait for her to call. But when she arrived, she found something unexpected. It was the map that they'd put up to analyze the case, which had been taken down a while before. It was back on the wall. There were several new pictures and pieces of information that she hadn't seen before. That was probably Takeru's doing. He'd been continuing to hunt the killer in secret too. Takeru, you're a liar too. She felt herself letting her guard down as she thought of Takeru and quickly shook her head. She brought a chair close to the wall and sat down and stared at the map. Takeru had said something once. But lately, feels like the case is chasing us instead. Looking back, several things had happened that could only be explained that way. Kurusu decided that Takeru's life was in danger because he was a psychic, and that she was going to save him. But if the killer was just after Takeru's life, there were more direct ways to go about it. But instead, they got the return of the New Generation Madness killings, and what had happened to Yui. It would have been easy for them to take Takeru's life. But just like Takeru had said, the case seemed to be slowly closing in on them from all sides, which meant they aren't after Takeru's life, they're after something else involving him. That was the only thing that made sense. But she couldn't figure out what it could be. But then she saw a piece of paper on the board. Haida had Mina Miyazawa's ID card. That fact had sent her mind reeling. One of the reasons she'd figured out it was Riko Haida. But I know who it is that's working behind the scenes, trying to achieve whatever their goal is. It all started with the ID card that Senri Mina Miyazawa had. That was, without a doubt, her real card. And no one but Kurusu could have known where it was. All of Senri's things lay behind the memorial. There. Kurusu had put them there herself. All of Senri's family had died in the earthquake. She had no surviving relatives. So after the memorial had gone up, Kurusu had put them there. Even Kawahara, the other boy who'd been playing with them, didn't know that. It was a secret about Senri that only Kurusu knew. But Riko Haida had held that secret. No, she'd been given it. How was that possible? Mind reading. The power to see other people's thoughts and memories. Kakita, the victim of the revolving dead case, had supposedly possessed it. The killer had used it to read Kurusu's mind. This way. And that was how they were able to find Senri's ID card. In other words, it's someone who I'd made contact with. And now that she'd found what was hidden in the Don't Look at Me video, she had no choice but to fight them. She'd probably made contact with them more than once or twice, because they were one of her closest friends. How long have I known you, I wonder? She suddenly remembered their smile. Her whisper echoed off the walls with no one to hear it. The countless after-school hours they'd spent together were some of the most important times in Kurusu's life. Meaningless conversations, shops they'd browsed together, but she couldn't think of any special memories. And that was very painful to her, because that was only a sign of how close they were. But I have to ask, I have to find out, even if the answer meant that things would never be the same. And there's one more thing. Her thoughts went deeper. There was one more thing she had to ask. Tokyo General Hospital. That was where Takeru had seen Senri being experimented on 8 years ago. She'd been tied to a chair and slowly going mad when she'd seen a boy, Takeru, that she didn't know. She had no time to figure out who he might be. She shouted, "Help me," without even understanding what was going on. And the boy heard it and ran. Was he surprised at the horrible scene he saw, or afraid? No, probably both. And Kurusu couldn't blame him for either. At the time, he was just a 4th grader, a 10-year-old boy. Oh, he was 10, not 8, but still. There was no way he could have saved Senri. That was why Senri didn't hate him. But Kurusu knew that. She tried to tell Takaru many times and failed about her one big mistake. That was why she knew. That was why she'd always been suspicious. 8 years ago, when that boy had witnessed Senri being experimented on, he was alone. He was outside the room where the experiment was being done. Ah. Just a single timid boy peeking through a tiny crack in the door. There was no one next to him. But Takaru said that he saw it with another person. At first she thought that Takaru was just confused. He'd been in a coma for over a year, and he was simply mistaken. But then she said the same thing, that they were together. It had been a thorn in her heart for a long, long time. Were you really with Takaru then? She reached out towards the computer, but in the end, she let her hands float in the air. She'd seen the video dozens of times. It wouldn't be any different here than it was in Alba dorm. Nor would the secret it concealed. Nor would it change what she was about to do. There was no changing any of it, it seemed. It took a long time before they called her. It's almost midnight. But Kurusu didn't get frustrated. She simply waited calmly. She'd assumed it would be around this time. They were probably waiting for November 4th, the day of the New Generation Madness. And then they were going to do to her what they did to the other victims. She felt her phone vibrating and took it out of her pocket. Takaru was still calling despite the late hour. He'd sent text messages too. Of course, Kurusu hadn't answered at all. Was it him again? She thought as she looked at the screen. Oh, the name she'd been waiting for had appeared on the screen. She answered the call and put the phone to her ear. Hello? She heard a voice she knew well on the other end. Sorry to keep you waiting, she said. No, it's okay. I haven't been waiting that long, and I was the one who called you here. Yeah. How about the roof then? Yeah, I'll be waiting. She ended the call and went to put the phone back into her pocket. But suddenly she stopped and called up a picture on the screen. It was the photo of her family at Alba dorm, the same as the one that was Takaru's treasure. She stared at it for a while, then placed the phone on the edge of the table, the place where she always sat when she was in the newspaper club. If something happened to her, she wanted someone else to save it. And then she looked around the room and bowed. Thank you for everything. She turned off the lights, and the room became as dark as the abyss. Don't act like you're never coming back. He wasn't by her side to tell her that. Continuing good times. Damn it! I was pulling my hair out in frustration. I'd already watched this video 100 times. It was, of course, the video of Otani, the Don't Look at Me victim. He'd wept tears of blood, lost his arm, turned his desk red, and died. Not only was I watching a shockingly gory video over and over again, I was searching desperately for what Kurusu had found. I felt like I was going crazy. Kurusu, answer me! Yeah, well, we know she doesn't. Each time I finished watching the video, I called her phone, but she never answered. I slammed my finger down on the end call button and started up the video again. Maybe it was something in the user comments, not the video itself. Thought it might be, so I checked every one, but nothing had struck me as unusual. It was just a flood of meaningless comments going from right to left, and only a few of them were actually worried about Otani, which just pissed me off more. What the hell am I supposed to find in this video? I expanded it to fill the screen. I tried slowing it down, but there was nothing. Had Kurusu found something here? Takaru? There was a hesitant knock on the door and Uki came in. She probably had just been crying with Yuto. She was rubbing her swollen red eyes. Where is Yuto? The doctor came back and is looking at him. He took his medicine, so he'll go to sleep soon, he says. The voice was still a little teary. Did you figure something out? No, I've got nothing. Yuki looked very concerned as she watched me grit my teeth. I was close to Nono when she found something. Yeah. She wasn't as calm as she usually was, so I'm very worried. Yuki seemed to be remembering what had happened. Seeing her only made me more worried. What was she like? Well, she suddenly stood up. She said it couldn't be, that it was impossible. At first she was very shocked. Shocked? Yes, she'd gone pale. Shocked and pale. Did that mean she knew the killer? And it was someone she didn't want to be the killer? So, was it me or Onoe? And then I shook my head. I'm sorry. If I'd been able to help her then, this never would have happened. No, it's not your fault. Everybody thinks everything is their fault. But I guess that's just what grief does to people. Tried my best to keep her from sensing my panic, as I slowly asked her another question. For now, I wanted any hint, no matter how small. Uki, so Kurusu watched the video and figured something out, right? And she watched that scene over and over. Yes, I think so. What part was it? Or you don't know, right? I'm sorry. She looked down towards the ground. I quickly shook my head at her. No, I'm not blaming you. What should I do? What do I ask to get the hint I need? That's no good. I don't know. Tell me, Kurusu. Where's the clue? Come on, tell me. You're such a loser, Miyashiro. And then, suddenly heard a voice behind Uki. I looked up and saw Arimura playing with her twin tails. What's with that look? You look like you're about to cry. Shut up, it's got nothing to do with you. I yelled at her even though I knew I shouldn't. And Arimura laughed. It sure does. It's almost the 4th. You're the one who told me to stay with Yuki. Oh. I'm sorry. And you know, I really like Kurusu, so telling me it's got nothing to do with me pisses me off. Huh? Arimura's face suddenly became serious, and then she yelled. Get a hold of yourself. If you're panicking that much, you're not going to notice anything, you moron. That's what Kurusu would say, I think. Arimura. Hey, Uki, you said that Kurusu got very surprised and then she watched the video again and again, right? Huh? Yes, that's right. What was she acting like then, after she acted surprised? Arimura put her hand on Uki's shoulders and started to ask more questions. She looked very serious. It was kind of scary. Yeah, and? She seemed to be listening carefully on her headphones, as if she was trying to make something out. Yeah. What? And then I realized I'd missed something very simple. What the hell have I been doing? Arimura was right. I've been panicking too much because of Kurusu. Kurusu was watching this video yesterday. That's why she and I got into that fight. But she wasn't wearing headphones then, and the computer had been set at maximum volume. What if that was deliberate? What is it, Miyashiro? The sound. Huh? It's not the video. There's something in the sound. That's why Kurusu had worn headphones set the sound to maximum. He was clearly watching it, but he wasn't. He was focused on the video, and the excuse of he's panicking kind of checks out. Like, he's on a time deadline and panicked. I get it. Yeah, it's obvious, but even he's like, oh, it's so obvious. Arimura, just listen to this. I handed her the stereo headset that was connected to the computer. When I saw that she'd put them on, I set the volume to maximum and pressed play. I should have expected that. But ow, that's max volume, alright. I'm gonna hit the button again, so feel free to like move headphones off your ears, because I'm gonna hit it again right now. The sound is so loud that she ripped the headphones off her ears. And then she threw them at me. Are you trying to destroy my ears? Right? That's what you would normally say. Of course it is. Yeah, maximum immersion. That's right. Normally you couldn't focus on anything with the sound this loud. In other words, what Kurusu had been listening to was the part where there's barely any sound. Move the video back to the start and played it at maximum volume. The scene with him in front of the computer was too loud to listen to. Oh, come on, I'm streaming right now. The sound got a little better when he left the computer, but it still heard at maximum volume. It was hard to imagine her listening to this part over and over again. Utani disappeared out of frame, and I stopped being able to hear what he was saying. That was the part where people thought the killer had come in, but everyone from the police to internet users all over the country had thought it would lead to the killer. It had been listened to millions of times in all. If it was this part, someone would have found it already. It gets scary after this, right? I'll go over there. Let's go, Yuki. Huh? But... Arimura pulled Yuki away by the hand. Yuki turned to look at me, concerned. Thanks, Yuki. I'm fine now. Thanks, Arimura. Make sure you find Kurisu, okay? Yeah, don't get separated once the fourth starts, okay? Even in the bathroom. What? Yell loud if something happens. I'll be right there. Okay, thank you. Sure, but I'm not expecting much. Once I made sure that Arimura and Uki had gone up to the dining room, I started to check all the parts of the video with white noise. Not here. I mean, not there, but also... I'm surprised that that part didn't make him go, wait a second. Nothing there. No, there was nothing here. Or in this scene. Nothing here either. I don't know what the Foley artist had to do for that sound effect, but I hate it. It means they did their job well, because I hate it. There were small sounds mixed in with the irritating white noise. It was harder than it looked to focus all your nerves on them. My hearing started to fade, and I started to lose my sense of balance. My head felt heavy, and I suddenly had a terrible headache. I grit my teeth and fought through the pain. Kurisu had gone through this, and in the end she found something. I had to do the same thing. And then, I heard a tiny noise. I paused the video without even realizing I'd done so. What was that? Put my finger on the earphone in my right ear and pushed it in deeper so I could hear better. Oh, he's got earbuds, I guess. I was about to say, that's not how these work. Then I used my left hand to move the video back and press play. He moves it back too far, shatters the eardrum. What is this sound? The scene where Utani was cutting what he described as cheese beneath the dim fluorescent. Well, you know what the sound is then. In between the sounds on the knife, I could hear something else. Oh, yeah, he was talking to someone. One more time. Play the video again. I know I've heard this sound before. I knew that sound. Oh, I have heard it very recently, very close to me. I played it again and again. Concentrated everything I had on picking out the tiny sound from amidst the noise. Yeah. What? I finally realized what it was. And suddenly I felt a cold pillar of ice pressed against my spine. No, you could call it sheer terror if you wanted to. My hands shook and sweat poured out of every pore in my body. Felt like the room was spinning. This can't be real, can it? God damn it! I slammed my shaking hand down on the desk, and the pain finally got them to do what I wanted. It took me several tries, but I finally managed to open my Pokecom and power it on. I yanked out the headphones from the PC and plugged an audio cable into my Pokecom. No. I kept screwing it up, but I managed to load that scene into an audio editing software. I set the volume to maximum and set it on repeat. And then I hit the play button, my hand still shaking. This can't be real! I slammed the Pokecom down on the floor and called her on my phone. The phone rang and rang. Once, twice, 3 times. Did Kurisu notice the sound? It kept ringing. 6 times, 7, 8? It was as if she was ignoring me. No, she's not picking up. I ended the call, and this time I pulled up Kurisu's number. Tapped the call button, but I got the same result. Why? They kept ignoring me. No matter how long I waited, I couldn't hear Kurisu's voice. God damn it all! I hung up the phone and ran out of the room without even knowing where I was going. November 4th, 2015, Wednesday. Ooh, this is going to be a whole bag of suck. The roof was normally a place for students to laugh and talk, but under the cold moonlight, the empty benches seemed silent and sad. Yeah. Alright, so they've given us the who. They gotta give us the why. In every way that she's acted, this goes against it. There's gotta be a good why. Yeah, as far as we know, this is totally against her character. Kurisu looked at the benches and shivered once more. It wasn't just because of the cold, it was because she had realized that the place was truly empty. Of course it was. No one was allowed here at this hour. It was an isolated place where the warm light didn't reach. Only the cold light did. No matter what happened here, the rest of the world wouldn't care. It wouldn't exist outside of this place. It's too perfect, maybe. It was so perfect for her that it was almost sad, Kurisu thought. While Kurisu was waiting for her to arrive, she hadn't been thinking about the case. Strangely, she'd been thinking about her family and friends. What had she always said to her family before she'd left to come here in the morning? Did they smile? The younger students who'd helped with the student council's work. The talks she had with her classmates about the latest fads. The brief fights in the lunchroom, forgotten as soon as the bell rang to tell them to go back to class. Each time she started to lapse too deep into her memories, a cold wind would blow and pull her back to reality. Then she'd realize something with a self-abasing laugh. She knew it. The reason Nono wasn't thinking about the case was because that part of her was sure she already knew everything. If she asked, she would get the fatal answer that would lay bare the truth. And when she heard the answer, a strong wind blew as if to carry away her thoughts, and she closed her eyes for a moment. Yeah. And when she opened them, she heard the sound of a rusty door opening.
Non-chan?
Her lips twisted a little when she heard her say it.
Non-chan.
Non, huh? Made her mad to hear herself called that. She felt heat rising from the bottom of her stomach. It was time to begin. I'm really sorry to bring you out here. Huh? Hey, Onoe. Known? Did she realize that Kurisu was using a different name? Or did she sense something instinctively? Sarika repeated herself, this time with a suspicious look on her face. She tried to get closer, but a glance from Kurisu stopped her. Sarika froze. Answer me. Was it you? Was what me? Answer me. Kurisu repeated her words to her former best friend, the one person outside her family that she called by first name. But Sarika's expression didn't change. It was the same face Kurisu knew so well. The same look as when Sarika brought a crepe and was wondering what was inside. Thinking back, the two of them went shopping together all the time. Onoe had insisted that she looked fine without her makeup, and Kurisu had insisted on buying her some anyway. Been a lot of fun. And they were always together in the club. She'd argued against Takeru's reckless plans and stopped Kazuki from pounding the walls. The two of them had always been amazed at the stupid things Ito said. But they'd always been laughing together. But you were there at the scene of the first crime, weren't you? I don't know what you're talking about, Non. Where is this coming from? There was a sound on the video, a sound I know well. In the Don't Look at Me video, she'd heard that strange sound that Sarika's Garo Froggy made. Sarika had a bad habit of unconsciously fiddling with it whenever she was focused on something. Kurisu took a step forward to stop herself from falling over, and glared at Sarika with a challenge in her eyes. That's right, Kurisu was glaring at Sarika. Wait, no! I said answer me! Serica staggered back at the sound of her loud footsteps. Finally, her expression changed. There was fear in it.
ユイは
Yui isn't a part of my family anymore. She's dead. She's not coming back. Why did you do that? Serica stayed quiet, the terrified expression still on her face. Was she really terrified by Kurisu? Or was she trying to fool her? Or... Kurisu took another step forward.
8年前のあの日
On that day, 8 years ago, did you really go down into that hospital basement? Were you really there with Takeru?
答えられないわよ
You
ね
can't answer me, can you? Because you weren't there. I know that better than
あなたは
anyone.
絶対それじゃ
So, who
あ
are
なた
you?
は一体誰
Kurisu's question was something she'd wondered about ever since Onoe had said she'd gone into that basement with him. It was the one last thing she'd been unsure of, which she'd kept quiet about to protect her own secret. Till a little while ago, it had seemed like it didn't matter. She was willing to go her whole life without finding out. Because Serica Onoe was someone she loved. But now...
言いなさい
Tell me, who are you? But Serica said nothing, not a word. Did she really not know anything? The thought crossed her mind for a moment, but she quickly kicked it away. That was just what she wanted to believe. She'd had suspicions about Serica for a long time, but she'd ignored them because she was too afraid to ask, and the result of that had been Yui's death. Kurisu raised her hands and brought them together as if offering up a prayer. And the next moment... Ah. She brought them down, hard and straight, as if swinging a sword. Well then. Okay. Serica moved back just a little. Her movements might have looked like pure reflex, but Kurisu didn't miss it. Which meant...
やっぱり
So I was right, huh?
そうな
That
の
was the answer to everything.
そう
So that was it,
だった
huh?
のね
Serica's face became blank and expressionless. She didn't frown or sigh at her own failure. Her manner became that of a beautiful doll.
セリ
She was right. She'd been ready for it, but she still couldn't help but cry. She tried to stop herself. She grit her teeth, but Serica's gaze wasn't fixed on her anymore. She stood, legs apart, as if judging the distance between herself and the thing in the seemingly empty space between them.
間違いない
There's no question. She saw it. And now it was Serica's turn to look into her eyes. Her eyes were different than Kurisu had ever seen before. It was as if they saw everything. No, that's not right. Suddenly Kurisu knew. It wasn't just a smile. Her eyes did see everything. That was telepathy. A terrible, twisted power which exposed all of your most treasured secrets. She heard the sound of herself clenching her jaw. Then she forgot the tears and turned herself over to the rage that was boiling within her. It had been 6 years since she'd real-booted it, and it was almost sad how easily it came into her hand. The D-Sword. A monstrous blade that only those with the power to make delusions could wield. She refused to look away from the light that she'd never wanted to see again as she pointed the blade at her opponent.
あなたよね南沢千里を使っていた
You were the
の
one who
は
was using Senri Minabisawa, weren't you?
お前に言われたくない
I don't want to hear that from you, no Kurisu. Her voice made Kurisu shiver. And a blade even more wicked than her voice appeared in Serica's hands, opening like a blooming poisonous flower. It was beautiful. For a moment she was blinded by the beauty of the weapon. She forgot that it threatened to cut into her soft flesh. Serica leapt off the ground. The distance between them was closed in an instant. Kurisu brought down her own sword as hard as she could without even time to follow her movements. And as she screamed,
ごめんね
I'm sorry, she could hear her voice. By the time she realized she was talking to Takeru, it was already too late. The light flashed in front of her, as if driving the thought from her mind. Why? Why, Serica? The same thought kept going through my head like I was an idiot. I couldn't think. Why? What was she doing at a murder scene? Damn it. The saliva caught in my throat as I moaned in pain. It took a lot of effort to keep myself from falling over. What do you mean? Gonna be mad? What, you thought I was gonna cut it here? No, we're going to a chapter. I can't stop here. We're going to either a chapter or credits roll. If it goes to a chapter, that's a logical stopping point, and as much as it'll suck, I'll stop if it goes to a chapter. But we're going till a very logical stopping point, not a scene swap. I ain't stopping here. No, I'd be mad at myself. I couldn't sleep this week. I couldn't go to sleep after this without knowing what's going to happen here. No. Damn it, I didn't have time to waste here. Huh? I stopped as I heard a sound. I was in front of a familiar place, but it wasn't the one I'd been coming to. I was on my way from Alba Dorm to Serica's condo in Daikanyama. Yes. What was that? That's the first time we've heard of her place, isn't it? She's always been with someone else, like there. I saw something strange in the corner of my eye and looked up at the school building. The school at night was an imposing sight, and on top, I could see a feeble light, like a fluorescent bulb that was about to burn out. But this doesn't mean I need to hydrate more. I started to run, dragging my feet forward as I went. I raced up the stairs of the building without even bothering to take off my shoes. The lights in the yard illuminated my face with a certain rhythm as I ran. But that light was something different. A strange, dull light. It was the light of a D-sword. I made it to the top of the stairs and slammed straight into the door. I yanked it open, trying my best not to think about what I'd find beyond. The first thing I saw wasn't the light of the D-sword, but the red. My heart beat loudly, once, and then all was silence. I didn't feel anything at all. It was as if I'd totally frozen at what I'd seen. She was lying on the ground in front of me. Her clothes were red. Someone was in front of her, looking over their shoulder at me. No, not someone. I knew her. But she looked different than I'd ever seen before. And the deadly weapon in her hands made me shiver. And that weapon was deeply, deeply... A strong wind blew towards the open door. It was as if someone was trying to push me back in, as if they were trying to get me away from the threat in front of me. She'll kill you too. Run away. Now. Was the voice I heard an illusion? Or was it the person I cared about? Yeah, it really is. Like, I'm assuming there's some sort of alternate ending. Whether that'll be like a canon ending or like a side story, I don't know. Again, I'm not looking till credits roll. After credits roll, I'll be like, oh, did we miss stuff? Suddenly, all sound disappeared. But I ain't looked, especially not this close. The last thing I'd want to do is spoil myself, like, this deep into it? That's way worse than spoiling yourself day one. That's arguably so much worse. My head hurt like hell. I ignored it. All the doubts I'd had, all the feelings that had told me it was a lie, I left them all behind me. Behind? It was only when I saw that the distance between us was closing rapidly that I realized I had started running. Oh, I'm sure there's something. A meaningless scream poured from my throat. I don't think I've ever played a visual novel that had, like, singular ending. I guess the Danganronpa games do, but they also had, like, failure points. There was, like, gameplay failure points. But you could argue that they still had a straight through line. But I feel like, no, I guess I played the first Phoenix Wright, and that had a straight through line, unless you count failure points. I don't think I've played a side visual novel that didn't have at least one type of branching path. A meaningless scream poured from my throat. I could tell from the way my throat was vibrating, but I couldn't hear the sound at all. I kept running, but everything seemed to be passing by in slow motion. Is it F? Okay. I felt a pulsing in my brain. My hand reached out for nothing at all. Until now, I'd never been able to touch it, but now I could grab it easily. What was I touching? What was I holding? Some fragment of useless rationality was still within me, asking these stupid questions. I was holding the thing that was going to slice her apart. My own delusions made manifest by real booting. A twisted blade that weighed nothing at all. When I swung the D-sword, it was more than close enough to hit her. She had already turned around and raised her D-sword up from below. Why did she have a sword too? I didn't know. But before I could think about it, I brought down my weapon with all my strength. Serica blocked it without making a sound. No, that wasn't right. My D-sword stopped before she could block it. Right before it would hit her. What's wrong? I heard a voice I'd never heard before. I saw a look I'd never seen before. I couldn't move. She hadn't done anything to me. There was no mind control. I was the one in control. But my hands had stopped, as if they'd struck an invisible wall. Why? Why? You're not going to come? Why couldn't I move? Why wouldn't my arms, my legs... My feelings caught up to me. My reason came back, and my heart finally started to scream. This can't be happening. It can't. Why would Serica do this? It can't be real. The pounding headache I'd forgotten came back, and I fell to my knees. My head felt like it was going to split. Grabbed it with both hands. At some point, my D-sword had disappeared. The will that I tried to strike Serica with was already gone. I dug my nails in and closed my eyes. I could feel the veins in my forehead with my hands. I felt something sticky on my knees, and I smelled a mild perfume. It was the same as before, when my little sister had been killed and ripped apart. Again! This is happening again! It was the blood of someone who was every bit as important to me as my little sister. No, Kurusu. Who had done this? Who had come at her with a blade and cold eyes? No, I'm telling you, it can't be Onoe! I tried to use my rage to drive it all away, but I couldn't. Kurusu? I heard a wordless voice. Forced my eyes to open. Huh? Serica was already gone. I looked around with blurry eyes, but there was no light from the D-sword and no sign of her at all. I crawled over to Kurusu. She was crying. Big tears fell silently from her unlit eyes. Her chest was stained red, and each time she breathed, more blood came out. I pushed my hands up against her wounds. It was the first time in my life I had touched a girl's chest. And that's what you're thinking right now? It was so soft, but dark sticky liquid kept pouring out and staining my hands red. Somebody! Somebody! I don't know what to do at a time like this. How can I save her? She was going to suffocate. As she started to cough, I put my hand behind her head and quickly turned it to the side. Blood poured forth from her mouth and fell onto the ground. Don't talk, it's okay, it's okay. I tried my best to hold the wound closed. Okay, how is this okay? She was bleeding so much. She was in so much pain. I told you not to talk. Kurusu's face twisted and she started to cry again. And... Huh? She suddenly grabbed the hand that was on her chest. And her grip was so weak. In that moment, I felt an indescribable chill in my heart. Come on, grab tighter. Be stronger. It's like you're going to die. My breathing was getting so shallow that she couldn't speak. But she tried to grab my hand and bring it next to her head. No, I need to keep the wound closed. But it looked like she shook her head just a little. Then she slowly brought my hand to her face and put it to her lips. The red from my fingers clung to her purple lips and shone like beautiful gloss. No. sensation on my fingers was soft, but terribly cold. And then I knew, yeah, she was going to die after all. No, that can't happen. It can't. I'm sorry. Her hand moved away from mine and fell to the ground.
Nono.
The name fell from my lips. It was the first time I said it in half a year. Come on. Nono?
Nono.
It's the name of my big sister who'd always protected me.
起きろよ。
Wake up! Nono!
Nono!
I lifted her up and held her tightly in my arms. She didn't move at all. Why? Oh. How can this be happening? Come on, Nono! Called her name again and again, knowing that from now on, she would never answer me. At some point, midnight had passed, and it was November 4th. The last of the Return of the New Generation Madness murders had occurred right before my eyes. We've just arrived and received an extremely unusual announcement from the police. It is a warrant for the arrest of a minor, issued under their real name. The announcement says that as of 12:30 a.m. today, November 4th, the police have issued a warrant for a person of interest in a series of murders that occurred in Shibuya Ward, Tokyo. This is a national arrest warrant for Takeru Miyashiro, a third-year student at Hekiho Academy. I repeat. I lost my balance and fell over. I couldn't use my hands to break my fall, so a sharp pain raced through my shoulder instead. Some ashes got into my mouth, too. I tried to get up, but the weight and warmth on my back wouldn't let me. I really don't get the motivation. Like, they gotta come up with something, because I don't get the motivation. At all. Sarika hadn't woken up for a while. She was breathing. I could feel the beating of her heart. Like, unless she's been under control this whole time too, which seems weird because it's been years. Not impossible. So, yeah, this is a flashback. This is back to, like, this really kind of cements how long they've been together, though. Like, you really gotta have motivation to mess with somebody this bad after seemingly good times. Like, maybe something happened. Maybe something happened in a blackout. Like, maybe we'll see something. Like, I don't know, but like, whew. Yeah, it's a bad day to be Taku. She was fine. I could taste blood as well as ash. I must have cut my lip when I fell. Damn it. That's true. She could have. Because he remembers her being there. It's true. I somehow managed to stand up without dropping Sarika, cursing as I did so. I couldn't just stay lying on the ground here. My goal, AH Tokyo General Hospital in Yoyogi, was a long ways away. It was fine. I would go there no matter what. Neither Sarika nor I were going to die here. Hey, this way, come on! Huh? Saw people crowding around what probably used to be a store, and I heard what sounded like someone calling for help, and someone else saying they'd brought water from a broken vending machine. It was evidently being used as a temporary shelter. Should I stop? She's her old friend. Maybe, but like, then why wouldn't she notice? And it really seemed like Kurisu... I'm not saying it's impossible, and clearly she can implant memories. Or, well, can she implant memories, or can she read minds? She theoretically can't do both. Theoretically can't do both. And what was Nono's power? What was her power? She legit thinks she's dead, but she also clearly had some amount of communication with her after Takeru had seen her. She knows, without a shadow of a doubt, that she did not hold it against Takeru. She had some sort of contact with her before she died, whether she's alive or not, before she saw her die and after Takeru had seen her. She knows. She can control minds, not read them, explain that part. Revolving Dead could read minds. Yeah. But Nono had said at the end there, Kurisu, Nono, whichever, had said she could read her thoughts. She could read her mind. But maybe she wasn't sure, to be fair. Maybe she wasn't sure. I was thirsty. I wanted water. No, I couldn't. Then... And if there are two people, what would the second person's power be if there are two people acting on the murders? If one can literally control somebody, what do you need another person's power for? Like, you've already got that. Maybe she's strong enough to both, like a flash drive, read and write? I don't know. Maybe they'll talk about that. I'm just talking out loud, or thinking out loud at this rate. That wasn't my priority, I knew that. I had lots of scrapes and small cuts, but none of my wounds were fatal. In an emergency like this, the most important thing wasn't water or food, it was finding a safe place. And theoretically, that second person could be anyone. Like, we could break down to 3 who the main person was, but like the second person could be anyone that it wouldn't be weird to see in a school, which is everybody with a portrait right now. So, I learned that on the internet one time, and since I didn't know what was wrong with Sarika, she needed a specialist to look at her. There was no telling what might happen here in Shibuya. It was better to head to AH General in Yoyogi. That's right. I'm a right-sider, and that makes me better than the wrong-siders who are staying here. I ignored them and passed by. I licked the back of my cuspids so that my body would make more saliva and I'd feel less thirsty. That was another trick I learned. I wasn't ignorant like the rest of these people. Is this okay? Okay, press down here. Something seemed strange. I suddenly realized that I knew some of the voices from the shelter. Oh. I looked and saw that they belonged to my classmates. I almost never went to school, but I vaguely recognized a few members of the group. There was an adult woman lying on the ground in between them. There was blood coming from her stomach and her head. My heart skipped a beat. I just barely managed to stop myself from falling over. Why? My classmates seemed to be trying to save her. They were each taking turns holding on to her injuries, not caring that their hands would be covered in blood. Why? Why are you doing that? All you ever do is talk about stupid crap and you never listen to me. Why aren't you panicking? You guys don't know anything, right? About priorities or cuspids. Why aren't you screaming? Why aren't you running? Why are you so calm? You never did anything useful with your time. You can't even use the internet. All of your information is low quality. Miyashiro? Is that you, Miyashiro? One of them saw me and ran over. Then he started to ask if I had water, if I was alright, if I could help. Each new question came before I had a chance to answer the last one. I'd seen his face, but I didn't know his name. So how did he know my name? How could he remember it at a time like this? Why? The word got stuck in my throat and I couldn't get it out. Didn't even know what I was trying to ask. Of course! Do you just want to let her die? I didn't know how he'd interpreted my response, but he suddenly started yelling. Then he grabbed my arm and told me to come with him. Well, wait. The woman's hurt. I have to save her. No, I have to get to AH General Hospital. Saw lots of injured people on the way here. That's right, this place was dangerous. My top priority was finding someplace safe. That was what my information told me. No matter how hard he pulled, I didn't move. Nothing moved, actually. Felt like I was outside my body watching him pull it. Yeah. Best place, true, yeah. Why wasn't I moving? Was I scared? Of course I was scared. If she was hurt, I should help her. Like my classmates were. Wait, I wasn't like them, right? I was a right-sider. No, they were doing the right thing. I should help them. Couldn't move. What should I do? Forget it. You're a useless piece of shit. Get lost. He spat out the words as he let go of my arm. He ran back to his friends, and they all started to take turns pressing down on her injuries again. He whispered something to them, and they all looked at me for a second. There was disgust in their eyes. Their eyes said more than words ever could. I hope I never end up like him, they said. The next thing I knew, I was running. Not because I had to get to the hospital, because I wanted to get away. I don't remember where I ran. Yeah, but he also did mention that, like, He felt the warmth on his back. I don't remember where I ran. Each time someone lying on the ground begged me for help, I ran faster and in a different direction. I closed my eyes so I couldn't see anything, then tripped. I held my ears so I couldn't hear anything. You're right, though. Now he's not asking. Now he's not acting like it. My body was shaking. I felt coldness pressing in from all around me like I'd never felt before. Why was I running? I was the right sider. While they were learning about useless nonsense at school, I was becoming smarter than them. I should be the one looking down on them. That's right. That's right. I knew lots of things they didn't. I should go back and tell them what to do. Were they treating our injuries right? Were they doing it in the right order? I could make the right decisions. Yeah, maybe. No, his mom. I was very surprised when I saw who'd just spoken to me. It was my mom and dad. What are you doing here? Only then did I realize where I was. It was the shelter outside A.H. Tokyo General Hospital. I'd made it. Doesn't matter, let's go. This hospital's no good. You know, lines that sum up the whole game. Dad mentioned to Mom, and I kept motioning to Mom and I to keep moving. Why? Someone just said this place was safe. They're overloaded, and anyway, we need to get further away. There's no telling when the aftershocks will hit. Looks like there really isn't much damage to the north. The company's building is close. Let's use the car there. What? I didn't hear anything about that. Takeru, what are you doing? Hurry! When she grabbed my arm, the sensation from earlier came back, and I shook her off. Yeah, nobody around him seems to be acting like she's there either. Takeru, what are you doing? Don't start causing problems again. You're saved. Saved? I'm saved? Just come with me. Mom screamed and pulled me along behind her as she followed Dad. I went too, my legs moving as if they weren't my own. Saved? From the hell I'd just seen? I was saved? By people who had never cared about me before? There was a sharp pain in my head. I shook off her arm. My mom was screaming, but I didn't know what she said. I couldn't hear. My head hurt, and I didn't know why. My vision started to blur, and I couldn't feel my body. I could feel my body start to go numb. My nails were digging into my head, but I couldn't feel them. I tried to think through the pain. Saved me? Why? People had always neglected me. Now they were going to save me? Why? You two just happened to find me here, which means you were going to leave me, right? You ignored me for so long, and now you're going to save me? I'm supposed to accept that. I get his point, but also self-preservation. The pain shot through my temples, like I was being stabbed with something sharp. No, that wasn't what you were supposed to say. This isn't what's supposed to happen to me. This isn't the information I'm supposed to get. All the wrong-siders in the class are doing the right thing and looking down on me? I am a right-sider. I am the person who's supposed to know what to do when everything else goes wrong. I'm not like these preening jackasses online. I actually went on a dangerous adventure. They looked at me like I was less valuable than some random meme and joke site. And now you people are going to save me? You, the people who just gave me 1,000 yen instead of taking me out to dinner on my birthday? Maybe. That would be powerful. Hell no. I'm not that kind of person who just gets saved by parents who didn't even want him. Shut up. You're the ones who are in the way. What can I do? What do I want to do? Why am I here? I thought of my childhood friend. That's right. Where's Sarika? I'd come here to save Sarika. I couldn't feel her on my back through the pain in my head. That's right. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I'm saving someone's life. Sarika will understand that. She always tells me I'm right. She always understands what I have to do. Taku 1 did it. That's true. The pain went beyond my capacity to endure it. My whole field of vision went white. Shut up. You people should just... Oh. Go away forever. Sarika, save me. Please. Onoe, please, give me... Chapter 10, Serika Onoe. We have no updates on the person of interest in the case, Takeru Miyashiro. I hate to say, I can't go for another chapter right now. I have to get some sleep for work tomorrow. This is a logical chapter point, and as curious as I am to keep going, we're not going to get another one of these, so... yeah. We gotta... sorry. Like, I want to keep going, but, like, I gotta make sure I'm up for work tomorrow. So, like, I don't have a choice. Sorry. I want to keep going. I know you guys want to keep going, but the right answer is to sleep right now. Because these chapters are like 4+ hours a pop. I can't do that. I can't. It's seeming likely enough that next week we may finish this. So, yeah. Oh, man. Heck yeah. I mean, I hope for your sake you'll be able to catch more. Not because the selfish, though partially the selfish, it's cool having you around, yay. But for your own sake of, if you're already not going to have a computer, I can't imagine months without a computer and with spotty internet. One or the other is pretty bad, but both. That's big suck. Like, if I don't have the internet, but I've got, you know, my computer with all my games and stuff, alright. If I don't have my computer, but I have internet, alright. Both, though? So fingers crossed for your own sake. That said, hot damn, it's going to take me about a week to unpack these past 4 hours, 4.5. Damn. Clearly there's still more to it. Why are the cops after Takeru? They're after him quickly. So even if Serika, the first thing she did is bolt and make a phone call, it's quick. And she still doesn't have a motive. She doesn't have an in-game motive that we know of. Even if it's seeming way likely that he straight up real-booted her and or she just put memories into him, this still goes against every action she has taken. Barring the messing with memories, potentially. Like, why would she go rogue and murder everyone? Unless he had a real burning desire... unless there's some, unless it's some monkey's paw nonsense, right? Unless it's some monkey's paw thing of, his desire when she was created was, well, we just heard, everyone else should just go away forever. But even ignoring that, because she would have acted sooner if that was the case, maybe he has some, burning need for, like he said, somebody is orchestrating a mystery for him to solve, it seems. It sure does sound that way, Ramen, yeah. I'm not saying that's impossible, Ark. I'm not getting those vibes, but there's enough evidence that could be the case. I'm just not getting those vibes personally, but you could very well be right. Yeah, it sounds like they want Taka to suffer, and why would she want him to suffer? I don't see... She also may not be the leader. We know there's 2 people. She could just be the puppet for someone else. I don't know. There's infinitely more questions, which is why I'm sure there's at least this chapter and probably another. I don't know. There's so many questions. Every morsel of info we get just raises more questions. Oh, man. This was also the predestined stopping point because there's no music. So we all knew it was going to be this one. That said, oh man, imagine if we hadn't gone on so many tangents earlier. We could have done this without the half-hour extra, but whatever, it's fine. It's my own doing. We obviously had the extra shoutouts of heckin' Birdie with Tier 3 15-month resubscription, which is 2 very large numbers. Very much appreciated, and everybody in chat suffering along with me. I wholly understand why Potions left. It's a shame that they're missing on some of the cool story stuff that's happening too, but I also get it. Hard understand. I get it. Oh man. Oh, it's going to be hard to sleep. I'm going to be thinking about this. That's it for now. We've got ourselves a monster, a quote, a Discord, and it's gotta be that. Yeah, that is definitely the most brutal they've shown. Oh, that's a different thing. You just sent me a link, and I just added it to the ban list. They used a different link. That was a different link than yesterday. Because you sent me that one. Oh, the day before, and I did ban that. Yui was rough. They've described worse. No, there wasn't. They've described worse. The things they described in the B route will haunt me. But this was absolutely the... Just the message. Yeah, it's even weirder. This was absolutely the worst they've shown. By a good amount. By a good amount. If we're talking just visuals, this was hands down the worst they've shown. No contest. No contest. This was a CG, yeah. So... This has been Vipers for Viperland. I hope everyone had a good time. Hope everyone is at least entertained and as along for the ride for this as I am at this rate. There ain't no breaks on this one. There ain't no breaks on this one. Like, we can't not finish this now. Like, we've come too far. It feels like maybe next week we'll finish it, but like, even if so, I'm sure there's another path. If we see credits once, I'm sure there's still another path. But I refuse to look it up till after. I won't look up anything for this till after. Like, I'm so far in, it's like I don't even want to say the name out loud too much. My phone might pick up on it and start spoiling me on YouTube or something. But yeah. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. Tomorrow is going to be Horizon. Tuesday is probably going to be Horizon as well. Thursday, me and Potions are going to do co-op in No Man's Sky, which will have an open hub, but if it's anything like the previous times, it's probably going to be Ramen and Sora alongside there with us. Friday, Saturday, Sunday are going to be Path of Exile, so Chaos will be Monday next. Oh, no, we'll put off Path of Exile to Monday. But we'll do Chaos, because if that's going to be the last one that Ramen knows they can make, I want to make sure it's this. We can put Path of Exile off to Monday easy. No problem with that. So, Friday, Saturday, Path of Exile, Chaos Child Sunday, Path of Exile Monday. Cool. That's the plan for now. We got a plan for like a week out. I'm looking forward to more Horizon. I'm also looking forward to more of this! Yeah, of all the spoilers you could have gotten, that was still a very early game spoiler. It still sucks that it happened, but like, of all the things that could have happened, like, man, at least it was an early one. But yeah, I gotta go. I gotta try to wind down from this somehow. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. This has been Vipers for Viperland, and I'll see you all next time.